Test. Nope, I can still hear me. There's something else on. Oh, test. Nope, I can still hear me. There's something else. Okay. Now that's gone. And now you see how we don't see it here? Okay, wait a minute. Let me go to the microphone. Wait, why is it? Oh, no, it's not. What if we put these online now? Well, why do I hear you? Hold on. Can you still hear me? Yep. I hear that. You shouldn't hear me at all. All right. Can you hear me now? All right. Can you hear me now? Yep. Okay, and you still hear me? Mike. Wait a second. Hello? Hello? Plus, what is that pitch, that high pitch noise? Wait a minute. Video out. It's making that high pitch sound even though... Off. Wait a minute. Okay, that does that. Okay. But can you still hear us talking? Can you? Yep. Okay. Let me run upstairs and look in the other camera bag and see if that paper is there. Yeah. That's okay. So, Mike. What's on Mike? That camera flashing. Mike.
Test. Thank goodness. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hi, everyone.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Test, test. Test, test. Test. Test, test. Test. Test, 1, 2, 3, test.
If we could please have everyone's attention, we're going to resume the meeting. Shh. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene in public session. Do I have a second? Ms. Alvarez, all in favor? 7-0, we are reconvened. At this time, we'll turn to the district clerk to take a roll call.
Adam Smith,
Present.
Julie Epstein,
Here.
Sandra Alvarez,
Here.
Deborah Brooks,
Here.
Rachel Gilliar,
Here.
Nanette Melkonian,
Here.
Jessica Mawani,
Here.
Kaylin Costello.
Here.
Thank you very much. At this time, we welcome a performance by the Sousa Chamber Orchestra under the direction of Jonathan Kabrinsky. Our second piece is an arrangement of Jupiter from the Planet. That's even. Good evening, and welcome to the final Board of Education of the school year. We have a full agenda of business and recognitions ahead of us, so tonight I will keep my remarks short and yield my time. On behalf of the entire board, we wish everyone a relaxing and enjoyable summer. Good luck to our students on finals and regents, and congratulations to all of our graduates. We look forward to seeing everyone in the fall, but if you ever find yourself bored this summer, remember that while the school year is over, we do still meet. Just take note of our new meeting dates now on Thursdays moving forward. With that, we'll now begin. This evening, we have several groups to recognize for their dedication and hard work. The first is Achievement Awards earned through Nassau BOCES. First, Alice Diaz in the CTE program for culinary skills received the CTE Achievement Scholarship Student of the Quarter. Melvin Hernandez, Network Cabling Technician, HTI, received the CTE Achievement Scholarship and Student of the Quarter. Oh, he's here. Come on, if I say your name, come on down. Okay. You say, we're going to call them all out, and then you can stay. Yeah. Jordan Herlemaz in Animation and Digital Media Skills received the Student of the Quarter Award. And Jaden Naman Jalabi in Network Cabling Technician, HTI, receiving the National Technical Honor Society Award. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. And now Dr. Posse is going to present the NYSBA Board Excellence Recognition Program Award. I wonder who's getting that.
Thank you very much. So this evening, we're pleased to recognize two members of our Board of Education, Jessica Milwani and Julie Epstein, for earning recognition through the New York State School Boards Association Board Excellence Recognition Program. This program honors board members who dedicate additional time, you all dedicate time, to learning, professional development, and strengthening their understanding of effective school governance. Jessica Milwani has earned a Level 1 Board Achievement Award, and Julie Epstein has earned a Level 4 Lifetime Achievement Award, the highest level within the program. So on behalf of the district, I'd like to congratulate you both on these accomplishments and thank you for all that you do to support our students and our schools.
Congratulations, Julie and Jessica. On behalf of the Board of Education, we want to recognize our outgoing ex officio student board member, Kaylin Costello. This was the first year for the student ex officio role, and Kaylin set a remarkable standard. She jumped in immediately, reaching out to different schools to identify student interests and bring the student perspective to our work. Kaylin became an invaluable partner on the grading policy, surveying students and creating a presentation that she delivered to the policy committee in every meeting. to the policy committee. In every meeting, she asked how she could improve and make sure the issues she raised were seen through, and together, we created pathways towards real solutions. It was a wonderful experience. Caitlin, we wish you the best as you head off to Columbia this fall. We also want to welcome our incoming ex officio student board member, Leah Chung, who joins us effective July 1st. She's here today. Yeah. Leah has big shoes to fill, but from our brief meeting, she is clearly eager and up to the task, and we know Caitlin has already been training her as well. Leah, we welcome you to the board and look forward to working with you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And now, a few words from Dr. Bear.
I'm incredibly proud to recognize Kaylin, our inaugural ex officio student representative to the Board of Education. As the first student to serve in this role, Kaylin did not simply step into a position, she helped define it. Over the course of this year, we figured out the role together, and Kaylin exceeded even the highest expectations we set for her. She approached this work with maturity, thoughtfulness, and a clear sense of responsibility. She was eager to meet with students from other buildings, listen to their experiences, and bring forward ideas that reflected the needs and perspectives of students across our district. What stood out most about Kaylin is that she always was staying solution-oriented. She did not raise concerns simply to identify problems. She thinks deeply about what could be better and how we might get there. She has represented a student voice with confidence, grace, and purpose, and she has helped to establish this position as a meaningful part of our governance process. Kaylin is certainly leaving big shoes to fill, but in true Kaylin fashion, she is already helping to ensure the continued success of the role by mentoring Leah as she prepares to serve next year. Kaylin, thank you for your leadership, your courage, your partnership, and the lasting foundation you have built. I am so proud of you and so grateful that you were the first to lead the way.
It is at this point in our meeting where we recognize our Parents' Council and HSA PTA outgoing presidents. Before the individual district liaisons give their presentations, on behalf of the Board of Education, I would like to thank each of you for all that you bring to the community. Whenever we describe the work of our parent organizations to people outside of Port, they are amazed at the dedication and partnership. You go above and beyond, meeting with board members and district leaders to advocate for our students and families and to keep our community informed on the budget and workings of the district. We are stronger because of each and every one of you, and thank you for all that you do. With that, we're going to call the district liaison for each outgoing president, starting with Dr. Posse to say some remarks.
Thank you so much. So I have the pleasure of speaking about Jessica Feingold. So Jessica, congratulations. So Jessica was one of the very first parents I met when I arrived in Port Washington, and I quickly learned why she's so respected in our community. She's thoughtful, approachable, and deeply committed to our schools. Many people see Jessica at meetings and events, but what they may not fully appreciate is the tremendous amount of work that takes place behind the scenes. As Parent Council co-president, she has helped coordinate and support the work of our HSAs and PTAs across the district, serving as a vital link between parent organizations and the district. It's an important responsibility that requires countless hours of communication, ongoing problem solving, and relationship building. Jessica has always approached that work with professionalism and integrity. She listens carefully to the concerns and perspectives of parents, works diligently to represent those viewpoints, and never loses sight of what's best for students. Even when addressing challenging topics, she has consistently been constructive, collaborative, and solutions-oriented. On a personal note, Jessica has been a trusted thought partner throughout my first year in Fort Washington. I've valued her insight, her candor, and her willingness to engage in thoughtful dialogue on behalf of our school community. So Jessica, thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and the extraordinary amount of time and energy you've dedicated to our district. We have a certificate for you.
After your, yeah. Okay. Next, we're going to call on Dr. Bear.
I'm back again. I am here to take a moment to recognize and thank Linda Cullen, our outgoing Schreiber HSA co-president, who has been such a thoughtful and steady partner over the last 2 years. I have eyes in the back of my head so I can still see you. Linda has worked with me in so many ways to support our Schreiber students, from wellness days to the not-so-new wing daily temperature checks to tables at the front of the school and so many efforts in between. If there's a will, Linda will find a way. What I appreciate the most about Linda is that she is always looking for ways to make things better. She is deeply involved, consistently thoughtful, and never without a recommendation, idea, or solution that comes from a place of care. In every conversation, it is clear that she has the best interests of our students at heart. Linda, thank you for our partnership, your advocacy, your humor, your persistence, and your genuine commitment to making Schreiber a better place for all of our students. I am so grateful for all that you have done and for the many ways you have helped support our school community. Thank you.
When after each of the principals reads about the president, if you want to come down and get your certificate, Dr. Abbasi has one at the table for you. So with that, Ms. Chappell.
Good evening. I'm incredibly proud to stand before you tonight to publicly recognize and thank our HSA President, Nancy Zisselman. In leadership, we often look to the loudest voice in the room, but Nancy reminds us that true impact is often a quiet, steady force. She doesn't seek the spotlight. Instead, she is consistently in the background, cheerleading for our school and ensuring that everyone from our parents to our teachers and administrators feel deeply supported. What makes Nancy truly exceptional is the unique perspective she brings to the table. With her background in guidance counseling, she possesses a rare ability to look at our initiatives through a lens of empathy, students' well-being, and community impact. When we sit down to discuss new ideas, Nancy knows exactly how to evaluate what will be a truly valued added program for our kids and our families. On a personal note, as a principal, having a partner like Nancy is a gift. She always has my back. Our relationship is built on honesty, collaboration, and a shared commitment to problem solving. Whenever a challenge arises, Nancy doesn't just bring questions, she brings solutions. She's a true team partner who is always, without fail, looking for the absolute best for our schools. Nancy, thank you for your unwavering dedication, your wisdom, and your heart. We are a better school because of you.
Ms. Lagarda.
Good evening, everybody. It is my honor to express my gratitude for my incredible outgoing HSA president, Bella Wilkins. As her name truly suggests, Bella is beautiful and loving inside and out. Her warmth has touched every corner of Daly. Over the past several years, her tireless dedication has just transformed the way we connect, support, and grow together. She pours her heart into caring for all of the students, families, and staff at Daly, making everyone feel valued and heard. Through her leadership, she didn't just plan countless events such as daily fun runs, spooky steam nights, and multicultural events, to name a few. She's built a stronger, more vibrant community and made Daly a truly special place to be. Bella's beautiful children, Archie and Thea, here tonight with us, and her husband as well, Brian, are also show the reflection of her kindness, energy, and bright spirit. While Bella may be stepping down from this official role, the lasting impact of her hard work and generosity will be felt for years to come. Thank you, Bella, for your visionary leadership, your endless patience, and your unwavering devotion to our school. We are grateful for everything you have done. Hope you have an awesome summer, and don't worry if it rains for our fall back to school day. Thank you.
Dr. Licata.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I have the privilege of recognizing and thanking two outgoing HSA co-presidents who have given so much to our school community at Guggenheim Elementary School, Sandra Tarrant and Jenny Smith. It's difficult to put into words the impact they've had over these past few years. Sandra and Jenny are very similar in so many ways. Their leadership is always guided by sweetness, kindness, and a genuine desire to bring people together. They both have had a remarkable way of making everyone feel welcomed, valued, and heard, and that gives us strength in our HSA and our entire school community. They're always looking for new ways to make strong connections with our new families. Together, we've created a wonderful partnership in welcoming these families through new family roundtables to answer questions and address their needs while making them truly feel part of our wonderful school community. One of the qualities I admire most about them is their collaborative nature. Whether working on school events, tackling challenges, or celebrating successes, they approach every initiative as true partners. They understand that great things happen when people work together and encourage and inspire others along the way. Beyond the meetings, planning sessions, and events, I will always treasure the conversations we've shared throughout the years. We've talked about everything: travel adventures, home remodeling projects, family milestones, and all the joys and challenges that come with balancing busy lives. Those conversations reminded me that our partnership was built not only on shared goals, but also on genuine friendship. Their dedication extended far beyond the traditional responsibilities of an HSA president. They're always willing to lend their time, energy, and expertise to support important initiatives, including helping to write Ed Foundation and Hearts grants, creating school-wide programs and assemblies, and balancing opportunities for each grade level in a fair and equitable way. Our students have truly benefited from them and their out-of-the-box thinking and willingness to make Guggenheim the special place it is. What stands out most is the heart they bring to everything they did. They both lead with compassion, generosity, and grace. On behalf of Guggenheim, we thank you for your countless hours, your leadership, your collaboration, your friendship, and your heart. Your contributions have left a lasting mark on our community, and your example will continue to inspire us for years to come.
Dr. Mace.
Good evening. While tonight is an opportunity to recognize and thank our HSA leaders whose terms are coming to a close, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge someone who, fortunately for Manor Haven, will be continuing in her role for another year. Sloan has been an extraordinary partner in our school, whether organizing events, supporting our staff, advocating for students, or finding new ways to strengthen the connection between home and school. She approaches every challenge with an energy, positivity, and unwavering commitment to our entire school community. The opportunities our students and families have enjoyed this year, from back-to-school picnic to STEM night, cultural celebration, family events, enrichment experiences, and countless moments in between, have been made possible in large part because of her leadership, her dedication, and her support of our school. At Manor Haven, we often talk about our Manor Haven marvels, individuals who go above and beyond to make our school a special place. Sloan embodies that spirit in every sense of the word. She is a true Manor Haven marvel, and I am incredibly fortunate to have her as a partner in this work. On behalf of our students, our staff, and our families, thank you, Sloan, for all that you do for Manor Haven. We are grateful for your leadership, your friendship, and thrilled that you'll be continuing with us for another year.
Dr. Sheehan.
Good evening. It is my honor and privilege to recognize our outgoing Sousa HSA President, Stacy Daniel Patterson, as she transitions to the role of past president and passes the torch to our incoming president, Kate Tracy. Stacy, thank you for the incredible energy, heart, and humor you have brought to the Sousa community. Whether you were leading a meeting, organizing an event, or finding a solution to a last-minute challenge, you always managed to make even the most trying moments feel easy breezy. Somehow, no matter what was happening behind the scenes, it looked effortless with you at the reins. One of my favorite Stacy traditions has become opening our weekly It's All Happening newsletters to see what John Philip Sousa himself would be up to next. Whether he was dressed for Halloween, bundled up for winter festivities, ready for field day, or celebrating one of our many school events, Stacy's creative renditions of John himself always reminded us that there was something exciting around the corner. What has always stood out to the most is your kind and caring heart. You lead with genuine compassion, always looking for ways to support our students, families, staff, and even fellow HSA members. You have a unique ability to bring people together. You make them feel valued and remind us not to take ourselves too seriously along the way. Stacy, thank you for sharing your time, your talents, and your heart with Sousa. You have been a steady partner, a creative force, and have become a friend to me and so many others. You truly embody what it means to be kind, confident, compassionate, and you know what that means. It makes you Sousa strong.
Dr. Feeney. Dr. Feeney, you're up. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed one. Dr. Ferrante. I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody. Tonight, I have the pleasure of recognizing and thanking Christina Bresnick, our outgoing HSA president, for the tremendous impact she has had on our Salem community. Over the years, she has taken every event and literally elevated it with her creativity, attention to detail, and incredible eye for event planning. From beautiful decorations and signs to balloon arches and towers and even blow-up airplanes, she somehow managed to do it all. Because of her efforts, Salem's events have become polished, welcoming, and truly memorable experiences for our families. Together, we started Culture Night, created our Kindness Tree mural outside, and celebrated our 20th year reopening, along with so much more. What I admire most is her ability to balance the perspectives of both parents and teachers. She always advocated for our families while understanding the demands placed on our staff, helping us find solutions that worked for everyone. She was never satisfied with simply maintaining the status quo and was always looking for new ideas to make our school community even stronger. Christina, it has been a true pleasure working alongside you, learning from you, and getting to know you beyond your role as HSA president. Your dedication and partnership have meant a lot. On behalf of the entire Salem community, thank you for everything you have done. A thank you also to Mike, Sebastian, and Leo for sharing your wife and mom with me. I know because of this role, she spent many more hours away from the house than she really wanted to. Christina, your impact will be felt for years to come, and we are incredibly grateful for your leadership and service. I almost forgot, if all the HSA presidents can just step outside so a picture can be taken.
Okay, now Dr. Feeney. We're going to do the picture after SEPTA. Two more.
Okay. On behalf of the district, I'd like to use this 32-slide presentation to thank Kelly McMasters for her service as AGA president. So, like the very best leaders, Kelly has led with thoughtfulness, curiosity, and a genuine commitment to the students and families she serves. Over the past 2 years, she's been a steady and collaborative partner. As a writer, a reader, and a lover of books, Kelly brings a unique perspective to her work. She understands the importance of asking good questions, listening carefully, and considering ideas from multiple viewpoints. Those qualities have helped guide AGATE's work and have strengthened its partnership with the district. Most of all, Kelly has been an advocate for all students. Her leadership has been characterized by a calm presence, a willingness to engage in meaningful discussion, and a commitment to ensuring that opportunities for enrichment and growth remain available to all of our learners. Kelly, thank you for your leadership, thank you for your partnership, and your service to the Port Washington school community. On behalf of the district, I wish you the best and look forward to your continued contributions to our community in the years ahead. Thank you.
Dr. Allen.
Oh, sorry. I forgot about that.
Last, and certainly not least, it's just alphabetical, I want to take this opportunity to thank two amazing women that I've had the pleasure of working with for the past 2 years, Janine Cummings and Krista Citrolo. They both came on board with next to zero experience and knowledge of what they were actually getting into. Regardless, they stepped up and took on the challenge of helping to strengthen the voice of SEPTA. With Krista's amazing creativity and Janine's strong business mindset, they balanced each other well and created multiple opportunities for our students. They worked collaboratively to increase SEPTA's social media presence by celebrating some of the amazing things happening in the district. Besides advertising SEPTA meetings, they brought in various speakers to cover a variety of relevant topics for parents, and they created wonderful opportunities within the community for students and families. These included a Halloween scavenger hunt, a sensory-friendly performance through a community musical company, and events at the Chocolate Lab. They single-handedly fielded a variety of parent questions and concerns, offering thoughtful guidance based on each family's needs. Perhaps the highlight of their time was the creation of the Every Year, Every Building mission. This is a very important mission, seeks to have presenters at each of our schools each year to speak on different disabilities with the purpose of increasing awareness of the different challenges people may face. This year's presenter, Rohan Murphy, was so well received by our students and staff. We're excited to continue this for years to come. Thank you both for an incredible 2 years of partnership. I'm looking forward to working with Andrea Marino and Kristen Upadai as the next co-presidents. They know they have big shoes to fill, but they're up to the challenge. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our outgoing presidents. I believe at this time there's going to be a picture taken outside, so maybe we'll see you all back in a few minutes. Maybe not. Michael Bresnik, you have to stay the whole time. Okay. At this time, we will turn the floor to Dr. Posse for the report of the superintendent.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. So welcome to the final regular meeting of the 25-26 school year. As we close out a successful year, I want to begin by thanking our teachers, our administrators, and support staff for their commitment to our students and their growth. Over the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity to visit several classrooms, and the academic and social growth of our students has really been extraordinary. It's a testament to the hard work of our students, and a true testament to the dedication of their teachers and the support of their families. In fact, some members of our faculty have received impressive recognition for their work from their peers and their professional organizations. I want to share those recognitions with you now. Congratulations to Sandy Joseph-Wesky, who was named Coach of the Year for badminton. Dr. Katie Baer was recognized as Administrator of the Year by the National Library System. And Larry Schultz, who received the Outstanding Social Studies Chairperson Award from the Long Island Council for Social Studies. These recognitions speak to the quality of educators we have throughout Port Washington and the impact they have on students every day. Congratulations, Ms. Josweski, Dr. Baer, and Mr. Schultz, and thank you for your commitment to our students. So let me now provide a brief update on the state budget. As the board may recall, when we developed the district's budget, we relied on the governor's state aid projections, which included a guaranteed minimum foundation aid increase of 1%. The enacted budget ultimately increased that minimum to 2%. As a result, the district will receive an additional $131,000 in foundation aid beyond what was included in our adopted budget projections. At this time, no decisions have been made regarding the use of these additional funds. Once staffing is finalized, we will determine whether the funds are needed to support professional costs. If not, we will use them to help offset potential shortfalls in other revenue areas such as facilities use and interest earnings, which can fluctuate year to year. We will provide the board with an updated review of our class size projections and our staffing needs at our July meeting and make a final recommendation at that time. Turning to tonight's agenda, I'd like to highlight an important personnel appointment. I'm pleased to welcome Monica Martin, who will be appointed this evening as our new Director of Mathematics, Business, and Computer Science. Ms. Martin, who's in the back of the room. Ms. Martin joins us from the Long Beach School District, where she served in a similar leadership role. What impressed us most throughout the selection process was her thoughtful approach to leadership, her commitment to collaboration, and her belief that strong systems, strong relationships, and a strong curriculum are essential to student success. As we continue to work to strengthen mathematics instruction and expand opportunities for students in business and computer science, I'm confident that Ms. Martin will be a tremendous addition to our leadership team. Ms. Martin, we're excited to welcome you to Port Washington and look forward to the work ahead. So welcome, Ms. Martin. So finally, tonight we'll engage in an important discussion regarding school-issued devices and technology use in our schools. Over the past year, both the board and members of our community have raised thoughtful questions about screen time, classroom technology use, artificial intelligence, and the role that devices should play in supporting learning. Those conversations, including the community forum we held this spring, have helped shape our thinking and the work we're presenting this evening. Tonight's discussion is intended to provide an update on our device replacement planning, share what we've learned about how devices are currently being used in our classrooms, and outline several steps we'll be taking moving forward. What I hope the board and community will take away from this discussion is that we're approaching these questions thoughtfully and deliberately. We're not interested in technology for technology's sake. Rather, we want to ensure that technology is used when it enhances learning, supports creativity, expands opportunities, and prepares students for the future. At the same time, we recognize the legitimate concerns families have regarding screen time, student attention, engagement, and developmentally appropriate technology use. As a result, we're continuing to review our practices, gather feedback from students, from teachers and families, and make adjustments where appropriate. So that we will discuss in our discussion in a few moments. But before that, let me turn to Dr. Shields for the enrollment report.
Good evening. The school district's last calculated enrollment report was done on June 10th. So from a perspective of kindergarten through 12th grade, we have 5,086 students. That's 177 students less than we had at this time last year. And as we begin to look to next year, we are monitoring our incoming kindergarten class. We'd projected them at 368 students. So far, we have 313 students enrolled. We'll continue to give the board updates, and it will fold in nicely into our presentation in July, where we look at class size for the upcoming school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shields, and thank you for monitoring those enrollments so closely so that we can ensure that we're properly staffed. And finally, let me turn to Kaylin Costello for her final ex officio student board representative report.
Good evening. Yesterday was the last day of classes for seniors, starting with senior sunrise before school and ending the day with hugs and cheers in the front circle for our final bell. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors had their last day of classes today. As the school year comes to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the inaugural year of the ex officio student board member position and what this experience has meant to me. At the beginning of the year, I shared how excited and honored I was to step into this new role. My goal is to help elevate student voice, bring student perspective directly to the Board of Education and community, and make sure that students from across the district, not just those at Schreiber, were represented. Over the course of the year, with the support of Dr. Baer, Dr. Posse, Dr. Shield, the Board of Education, building principals, and so many students, this role has become more than just a seat at the table. It has become an opportunity to build a system for listening. After attending the BOCES Student Board Member Training in September, I learned that this position is meant to be active, not passive. Student representatives are expected to collect opinions, ask questions, identify patterns, and bring forward concerns in a thoughtful and evidence-based way. That training helped shape the way I approached the rest of the year. One of my biggest priorities was making sure I heard from students across the district. I met with students from Salem, Sousa, Guggenheim, Daly, Manor Haven, Weber, and Schreiber. In the first round of meetings, I asked students what they were enjoying about school and what they would like to see improved. Across the district, students consistently shared appreciation for their teachers, excitement about friendships, leadership opportunities, field trips, clubs, and the positive experiences they were having in their schools. At the same time, they also shared thoughtful concerns. Elementary students talked about wanting more movement during the day, more food variety, stronger playground spaces, additional books, and smoother transitions between grade levels. Weber students discussed adjusting to middle school routines, ID expectations, classroom temperatures, and wanting more opportunities to connect with students outside of their assigned houses. This year also gave me the opportunity to bring Schreiber-specific concerns directly to the board. I shared student feedback about the new device-free policy, the ID requirement, universal free meals, infinite campus, transcript timelines, yearbook traditions, cafeteria seating, bathroom conditions, parking, and the removal of paper towels in bathrooms. In the second round of meetings, I focused more specifically on facilities. Students across buildings brought up consistent themes, including temperature regulation, technology reliability, bathrooms, cafeteria experiences, shared spaces, and playground or recess areas. They're honest about what was working and what could be improved, and they often recognize when concerns were connected to facilities and student behavior. One of the things I appreciated most was how seriously students took the opportunity to share feedback. Even our youngest students were able to identify strengths, concerns, and possible improvements in their schools. Their comments showed how engaged, reflective, and community-minded our students are. I also worked with Dr. Bear on a grading policy survey for high school students. After the board discussed grading policy changes, I wanted to better understand whether students felt their concerns had been addressed and if changes impact their motivation. I presented the survey results to the board policy committee. Data showed that students care deeply about fairness, consistency, academic rigor, and competitive positioning. It also highlighted that many students have misconceptions about GPA calculations and the college admissions process, which shows that continued communication and education in this area is important. Another important part of this year was helping to establish the transition process for the next ex officio student board member. I was so excited to congratulate Leah Chung on being elected for next year. I've been working to share my experiences, offer advice, pass along my notes, and provide support so that she can continue building on this role. I'm especially grateful that the board approved allowing seniors to vote in this year's election. I believe that senior input was valuable because seniors have the most experience in high school and are very familiar with the students who will be stepping into leadership roles next year. Looking back, I'm proud that this first year helped create a foundation for student voice in the governance process. This role allowed student concerns to be heard in a new and meaningful way, and it showed that students are capable of identifying problems and offering thoughtful, constructive ideas for improvement. I hope that in the years ahead, this position continues to grow. I hope future ex officio student board members continue meeting with students across all schools, using surveys and conversations to gather feedback, and bringing both quantitative data and personal stories to the board. Most importantly, I hope this role continues to help students understand that their voices matter and that they have a meaningful place in the future of our district. I want to thank the Board of Education members, Dr. Posse, Dr. Shields, Dr. Bear, the building principals, teachers, staff, students, and the entire community for supporting me throughout this inaugural year. This position has meant so much to me, and I know it has meant a great deal to Dr. Bear as well. This experience has helped me grow tremendously as a person, and I know I will carry the lessons I've learned with me here for the rest of my life. I'm incredibly grateful to have had the opportunity to serve as the first ex officio student board member, and I'm excited to see how student voice continues to be incorporated into the governance process in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. With that, before we go to community comments, I'm going to call on Liz Sobel-Milbank and Denise Paredes, who I think wanted to speak a little bit regarding the HSA presidents. There's a switch on the microphone somewhere, on the microphone itself.
Okay. Hi, my name is Liz Milbank Sobel, Junior Co-President of the Parent Council, and I want to speak tonight for a few minutes about the incomparable Jessica Feingold. As many of you know, Jess has worn many hats in the district and served in numerous capacities, first as SUSA HSA President, then Weber HSA President, and for the last 2 years as Parents Council President. And she's probably been on 100 other committees in between. Her knowledge, dedication, and connection to our schools and this community run deep, and as a parent of 3 children, one of whom graduated last year, she has personal experience at all levels and buildings, all of which has made her an ideal leader and liaison for families in the district. It has been such a pleasure working with Jess for the last few years. In addition to her experience, Jess has brought incredible hard work, dedication, and humor to the role. She is brilliant, collaborative, and uniquely sensitive to the needs of all students and all families. She can disarm just about anyone with her laugh and sense of humor. She is thoughtful and mindful of the many different perspectives in our community, and she's deeply supportive of students, parents, teachers, and administrators alike. Not everyone knows the depth and breadth of the Parent Council President role. In addition to providing leadership and support to the 9 HSAs in the district, attending all district meetings, being the architect of community conversations, getting out the vote for the budget, and being a liaison with the administration, Jess has also been the driving force and vision behind all of our community outreach projects. The fall and spring coat and clothing drive, school supply and holiday toy drives, and our community outreach roundtable. It's an enormous job and one that Jessica has done with grace, empathy, openness, and clear vision. Leadership like Jessica's is one of the many reasons our district is great. It has been a true pleasure for me to work with and learn from you, and I know I speak for all the other HSA presidents when I say how much we appreciate all you have done and how much we will miss you next year. I have truly enjoyed the relationship we have built and will have to find new excuses to spend time with you besides curriculum, budget, and policy meetings. Thank you for your time, positive energy, exceptional leadership, and most of all, your friendship. I feel so lucky to have worked with you and wish you the best in your new gig.
Good evening. I am Denise Paredes, incoming Ag president. Today I'm speaking about my departing co-president, Kelly McMasters, and the tremendous value she has added not just to Ag but to our district and our community. Over the past year, I've had the privilege of partnering with Kelly, and you really cannot ask for a better colleague, thoughtful, insightful, and deeply committed to doing what is best for students. As an English professor, she brought a valuable higher education perspective to our work, helping us contextualize how the decisions we make today prepare our students for the future. Ag has thrived because of Kelly's leadership and tireless advocacy. She led important efforts around policy changes, moderated Ag community discussions with fairness and skill, and helped organize Ag yearly events. Throughout it all, she remained focused on Ag mission, advocating for an appropriately challenging education for all students. So Kelly, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for everything you have done for Ag, our students, and our community. I'm so thankful that we have added the President Emeritus role to our board so we can continue to be guided by your wisdom and perspective.
Hi everyone, my name is Gracie Yoon, incoming senior at Weber, and I just want to say thank you to Nancy. Nancy, they say opposites attract, and you've truly been my yin to my yang. Being co-presidents together has been so much more than planning events and meetings. It's been a friendship and a partnership that I'm incredibly grateful for. When I stepped into this role as the junior co-president, I was so lucky to have you as my senior. Thank you for your guidance, your support, and for always being just a phone call away. And speaking of phone calls, I'm definitely going to miss our 2-hour conversations and all the laughs along the way. As I step into the senior co-president role next year, I know I have some pretty big shoes to fill, but I'm grateful for everything you've taught me along the way. Congratulations on your new role as junior co-president of Parent Council. I know you're going to be amazing. Parent Council is so lucky to have you, just like Weber has been. Thank you for everything you've done for Weber. We all love you, appreciate you, and so excited for this next chapter. Thank you, Nancy.
Okay. With that, we're going to move to our regular community comments. This is our first opportunity for community comments of the night, as is our practice. Each speaker will receive 3 minutes. Please state your name and avoid making statements that are personal or defamatory in nature. Any questions that are asked, where practical, will be answered in old business at the following board meeting. So far signed up, I have 3 people. If you want to speak after, just come to the podium. We're going to start with Shannon Preston.
Hello, my name is Shannon Preston, and I have 3 children in elementary school at Sousa. We're so grateful to be part of the Port Washington community and feel fortunate that our kids go to public school here. There are a few topics relating to technology, both in and out of the classroom, that I'd like to bring to your attention. Since the topic is, of course, very broad, I'm just going to take the next 2 minutes to point out a very few sort of jarring aspects. First, according to district guidelines, my kindergartner can spend up to 60 minutes per school day, that's 16% of his school day, engaging with content on his iPad. That's in addition to time spent engaged with the smartboard to listen to music, with accompanying visual graphics and commercials during snack time, be read a book from a voice on YouTube, watch short video clips or full TV shows during dismissal, watch and mimic a dance video during a movement break, all activities that a human being used to lead in the classroom, a teacher. Second, I used my 5th grade daughter's Chromebook tonight to Google a word lots of 10-year-old kids are curious about: sex. I saw these questions in search results, which I was going to share but won't. And when I clicked on the question prompts, I was honestly surprised to find detailed answers to those very questions. Third, last year when my daughter was in 4th grade, the whole class had figured out how to share pictures and videos in their homes, on their Chromebook, in a shared PowerPoint slide that we're communicating, essentially texting, with each other after school hours. It's clear that technology is changing rapidly. Kids are savvier than anyone. It's normal for them to explore, push limits, and test boundaries, and it is our responsibility, of course, to keep them safe. The district has taken a passive approach, a response stance to technology. We waited until the state banned cell phones in schools to ban them here. In the Go Guardian meeting earlier tonight, you all shared that you wait until access issues are brought to your attention before creating blockades, because of course kids are the most clever. We wait until parents complain that their kids are on YouTube and other sites at home before we give them access to a Guardian app. You all, our board, our administrators,
30 seconds.
Are ultimately accountable and responsible for what is happening on these district-owned devices. Student computers, teacher smartboards, etc. It's your responsibility to keep our kids safe. And it is my request that the district take a more proactive approach to technology. If something doesn't feel right in our guts, then it probably isn't. Thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. We'll now call on Pedro Avila.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pedro. I have 2 kids in the district, 6th grade and 4th grade, and apologies for what will likely be a very similar set of comments. I want to talk about how Chromebooks are considered an educational convenience, but function more like a transfer of responsibility that nobody quite signed up for. When a Chromebook goes home with an elementary school child, the household inherits a job from the school district, setting up parental controls, monitoring their usage, keeping it an educational tool, and not everything else that a connected device can be. Most of us have been doing that on our own with whatever tools we managed to figure out. A few days ago, the district sent every parent an email about devices over the summer, and in the middle was a sentence I kept rereading, that students in grades 2 through 12 take their devices home for the summer, and pre-K, kindergarten, and 1st grade iPads stay at school. I sat with that for a second. We decided that a 5-year-old doesn't need a screen in July, but a 9-year-old does. Not for a class, not for an assignment, there's no school in July. The laptop just goes home for 10 weeks because that's what the laptop does now. That seems like confusion on our parts. So let's be precise about what one of these devices is once it's out of the building. It's not a textbook, it's not a calculator, but it's a portal, and it's connected to everything. The filters help, but they're not walls. And besides, it's not always blocked content that we're worried about. It's less obvious stuff like deciding if a game their teacher recommended is educational enough. This partnership of parents and the district will work best when both sides have the tools for the job, and I'm not sure we've quite closed the gap together yet. Look, the technology adds value in the right situation, no doubt. I mean, yesterday I watched my 6th grader log into a virtual extra help session with her teacher alongside a few other kids, and it was like a study group at the kitchen table. It was awesome. That device did exactly what we'd want it to do. So this isn't a case for banning anything, but we have to match the policy to the kid. A 6th grader and a 1st grader are not the same, and middle and high school aren't the same either. There's a version of this where devices don't go home every day without a specific reason, where they don't weigh down backpacks by default. A version of this that doesn't necessarily require a device designated for every single child in the district for 10 years. That's a logistical decision rather than an educational one, and this conversation should account for it. The thing that I keep coming back to is this. Elementary school kids are carrying the internet home in their backpacks every day. Parents didn't ask for this, and some actively don't want it. That's not a technology policy. It's the absence of one, and I want to ensure we don't dress it up as a feature by touting that by providing kids with Chromebooks, we're automatically doing well by them. I don't think anyone designed that way on purpose, but it's worth naming, it's worth fixing, and I think that this board is in a position to start. Thanks.
Sloan Ackerman.
Hi. I'm Sloan Ackerman. I have a stutter and I have a cold, so it's not a good combo, so I'll go as quickly as I can. We all know that children are overexposed to screens today, and I believe, like when I grew up and there were parental crusades against drunk driving and drugs, reduced technology will be the crusade for the parents of this generation. However, the concern I have is that unlike those other crusades, I don't think a single child will come out of this unscathed. As parents, we are facing an uphill battle. It has been demoralizing that the biggest battle I face is coming from my child's school district. There is now a device in my house that I didn't buy, I don't want, and it is there constantly. And instead of the creative child I once had who would come home and color or come up with a game, all she does is ask to use this device. And she reports the same thing at school. During our free time, everyone only wants to be on their Chromebook. On the bus, everyone is only on their Chromebook. Outside, waiting to be picked up, everyone is only on their Chromebook. The kids themselves are telling us this. And despite the fact that the district has touted all of these wonderful protections, it is apparent that kids are accessing things that they should not. Several weeks ago, I found out that my child, who's only 7 years old, received a slideshow from a middle school student that we do not know at all. It was full of the most vulgar, disgusting imagery. Pictures of Jeffrey Epstein, pictures of Puff Daddy, curse words. It was horrifying. I called our wonderful school principal, Dr. Mace. Him and his team, as usual, sprung into action. They got the device. They stopped her from seeing it. They are always the most wonderful and responsive. But I have to ask, how can a child in this district be accessing this? How can they be sending it to a 7-year-old? There is an absence of a policy here. And between this and what I have found to be the absolute uselessness of the iReady MyPath, I have personally banned the Chromebook from being used outside of school. We do not do our homework on it, and I am forced to wonder if I'm putting my child at a disadvantage because she has to be tested through the iReady program on this device. And of course, the icing on top, because the device cannot be charged at school, this little child still has to carry it home every day, and there it sits on our kitchen counter, this elephant in the room that has changed the dynamic of my household and my child. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers before we close community comments who aren't named George Porto? No? Okay, come on down, George.
Good evening. My name is George Borda. I'm a parent of a graduating senior and a member of the organization Concerned Parents of Port Washington. I would like to congratulate the board for finally, after all these years, making the first move towards having a math director, K through 12. Welcome to District Ms. Martin from Long Beach High School. I actually would advocate that that director should be math and science, and maybe you can up her salary if she takes that responsibility. Maybe next year we'll have a humanities director encompassing English as well as the social studies and others. This district has a jewel in terms of educating the children for music. The music director and the music department is tremendous. The district has received tremendous kudos and recognition in the many, 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 many meetings that I have attended, where my son has attended and Shriver has participated. And of course, I give credit to the music teachers, as well as the director, who has really shown a great deal of passion and dedication to make this one of the best music programs. As a matter of fact, in our last concert, one of our members, one of our friends, who had a real estate, who is a real estate agent, brought two parents who were looking at different school districts. They were looking at Roslyn, Sayas, Jericho, Manhasset, and she invited them to the concert. She was very impressed. She said, you know, it's worth looking into Port Washington too. I will tell the parents of elementary school, I understand, I remember not too far away, the anxieties and preoccupations of being a parent in elementary school, but you have to look at the whole spectrum, K through 12. And I will say this, I hope maybe our previous director can hear me from someplace. He used to talk about play at the elementary school.
30 seconds.
And I was skeptical, but I agree. Play should be a part of the elementary school, but once you start moving towards the middle school, you have to pay attention to that math and science. So to the elementary school parents, don't be myopic. Look at the whole spectrum. If you lag behind math and science, you will be behind very, very much for whatever school you think your kids are going to. I have more things to say, which I will say in the future, but I thank the school board, and again, congratulations. Please remember, you are the elected members of this community to serve the children of this community, to give them the best education, given the resources that the community is willing to give. And this community is very generous. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Do we have any additional speakers? No? Okay. We're going to close community comments, and we're going to move on to our discussion item. We're going to call Dr. Feeney, who this time is not joking about the 32-slide presentation.
We're at 22, though, right? So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board about the school-issued devices, our current practices, as well as our future planning. The board requested an update regarding device placement and planning. And at the same time, the district has heard increasing questions from parents and community members regarding screen time, regarding technology use, regarding student engagement. So this presentation is intended to address these areas. It should be noted that this presentation is part of an ongoing discussion regarding technology in our schools, including an instructional technology presentation in May 2025, an AI in the classroom presentation to the Board of Ed Curriculum Committee in March of 2024, and an instructional technology presentation also to the Curriculum Committee in December of 2022. So why this discussion? Clearly we recognize technology use in schools has become part of a broader national conversation. Our goal here is not to respond to headlines or to trends, but rather to better understand how devices are actually being used in Fort Washington classrooms and to ensure that these uses support student learning and well-being. We want to know what the current practice is and how we can best move forward. So just to sort of get this off the table, this was a request from the board a while ago. I want to talk a little bit about the device replacement planning and what we call a refresh cycle. So why do we have a refresh cycle? Well, it's about a lot more than just replacing aging hardware. A refresh cycle provides fiscal predictability. It ensures device reliability and security. It supports our state assessments, and it helps us meet New York State's expectations regarding emergency remote instruction. Technology planning needs to be intentional, sustainable, and aligned with our instructional needs. These are the goals of our replacement, our refresh cycle, and we want to make sure that we can meet those goals. So some of the changes to our refresh cycle right now, the refresh update, this slide summarizes the components of our current plan. The Chromebooks in grades 2 through 12 will be refreshed. Teacher devices will be replaced, and charging carts will be added to second grade classrooms. It's also important to note that pre-K iPads are being removed from the classrooms altogether, and existing kindergarten and grade 1 devices will still be available to teachers, but they'll not be refreshed. The district devices will be refreshed during this budget cycle, but they won't be deployed until September 2027. That gives our technology department sufficient time to purchase the right devices, get them prepared, and get them distributed in time for September 2027. There's one important aspect of the devices that is worth paying a little attention to, and it's been a topic of conversation by our board, as well as some of our students and parents who are involved in our research program at Schreiber. So while Chromebooks meet the needs of the vast majority of our students, some of the advanced research projects required specialized software or platforms. So the plan outlined here provides flexibility while maintaining appropriate security, privacy, and data protection standards. As a school district, we have a requirement to make sure that devices, district devices, and software that is supported by the district meets the New York State requirements of Ed Law 2D, which has some very strict requirements regarding student data and student privacy and data protection. So should we find that a student needs, who's involved in our research program, might need some specialized program, platform, access to a website, we're going to gather that information. The gathering of that information starts, immediately. So over the summer, the technology department can, find a way to get an agreement for data protection and get all of that approved. So when September rolls around, at least for those sites that we know or those programs we know students need, we've done the work to get those ready for our research students. And as requests come up, if students realize they need access to it, we'll have a process in place so that within 2 weeks, students will either have access to the tools they need or the district will provide an upgraded notebook for a laptop to those students so they can have the tools they need to do this district-supported research. So we spent some time understanding current practice, and thanks to the work of our PGCD technology committee, reached out, conducted a survey, and we'll talk a little bit about those findings of the surveys, but we really can't talk about current practice without looking at this broader conversation that's taking place. Across the country, schools, we've heard some of it in our community comments. Schools are re-examining technology use in light of some of the research, AI, and concerns regarding student well-being. We don't want to rely solely on some national conversations. We wanted to look at what's actually happening in our schools. We conducted a survey, looked at the survey, and got a better sense of how devices are being used in our school. And we'll continue looking into that, not just for the remainder of this year, but into next year as well, as we'll talk about. It is important, and this has been part of presentations in the past, to talk about the different types of screen time. Not all screen time is created equal. It is important to discuss purposeful versus recreational screen time. This is an important distinction. We're discussing the screen time on district-issued devices for academic purposes. Creating, researching, writing, and collaborating are fundamentally different activities than passive consumption of entertainment or social media or games. So that notion of purposeful screen time is an important point that we want to make sure we're keeping an eye on that. There's also issues regarding artificial intelligence, and I think it's important just to clarify that. We've had presentations on artificial intelligence. We had a panel discussion on artificial intelligence just a few months ago. We've done work and had quite a bit of work on artificial intelligence, including training during conference days, the panel presentation I discussed. Inappropriate use of AI was included in our updated Code of Character, Culture, and Conduct. Regarding the access to AI, teachers have access to AI tools such as Google Gemini and Magic School. We're providing training on those. Students in the elementary and middle grades don't have access to any sort of AI chatbots. At Schreiber, they have access to an EdLaw 2D compliant version of Google Gemini as a chatbot. I know that our Schreiber English department has really been on the forefront, not only of looking into how to properly use AI in teaching and planning, but in educating students on helping them learn to use AI tools both appropriately and ethically in their work. So, sent out a survey, gathered some information. One survey went to students at the secondary level. One survey went to teachers, K through 12. 166 responses from teachers and 1,073 responses from students. Essentially, it really is essentially, from a student point of view, a middle school survey. I think 98% of the responses were from the middle school. So just keep that in mind when we start looking at some of the student results. So what we found, the instructional device use in pre-K through 2. Last year at the presentation, we put forth guidelines that on the devices at this level, the recommended time was 30 minutes. And we are finding that the overwhelming majority in our earliest grades, the device use is limited and targeted. Most instruction remains teacher-directed, hands-on. The survey finding showed that the vast majority of pre-K through 2 teachers are reporting 30 minutes or less of device use in a typical day. In grades 3 through 5, you see already the way the graph is shifting. Technology becomes a more regular instructional tool. Students are using devices for writing, for research, instructional resources, and project creation. Even so, with all this, technology is remaining just one tool among many, rather than the center of instruction in the classroom. This is sort of an overview of the different bands. Teacher-reported daily device use, 0 minutes, 1 to 15, 16 to 30, 31, 45, 46 plus minutes. This is a grade level view. It does illustrate a gradual progression of device use across the elementary years. The sample sizes are small, and they should be viewed sort of directionally. And the pattern is clear. Technology use does generally start small, and it increases as students mature and the instructional needs change. Elementary level was an easier way to do this because you had one teacher, having a better understanding of how, they are using the technology in that classroom. When you get to middle school, if the teacher's reporting, a little harder to address overall device use. But we'll talk about some of the findings in the middle school. So for grades 6 through 8, students reported using devices primarily for assignments, for writing, research, collaboration, and assessment. Many students indicated that devices helped them learn, but some did report concerns regarding overuse and even screen fatigue. So these findings reinforce the importance for us and for our staff of thoughtful and purposeful implementation. For the students in grades 9 through 12, insignificant amount of students. We had some teacher feedback. The teachers talked about how technology is supporting, the work such as research writing. It's increasingly connected to authentic academic work. They reported really a significant variation based on subject area, course level, learning activity, which really reflects the diverse needs of students preparing for college and careers. Learned a few things through the survey. You see several themes. Technology use clearly varies by age, grade level, and purpose. Students and teachers see value when technology is used purposefully. Concerns regarding distraction and screen fatigue are real in school. And most importantly, the survey findings support a balanced approach focused on thoughtful and age-appropriate use. So some of the steps we've both taken and will take based on some of the feedback we've received over the last several months. Already announced a few months ago about the pre-K devices. So by September 2026, those will be removed from the pre-K classrooms. We are looking to eliminate device use during recess. We'll continue with the Go Guardian Parent App training. Go Guardian Parent App, as was discussed this evening, we had our first webinar on it. This was released back in November, this tool, so parents would have access to the ability to control Chromebook use at home. And we quickly learned that we had not done a great job communicating the availability of that app, of that tool, of that important resource for parents. We learned that in some discussions over the last month or so. We had the webinar earlier this evening where parents learn they can, and when kids are out of school, they can block URLs, they can block sites, they can block subdomains, they can turn off Wi-Fi, they can really shut down the Chromebook altogether when the students are at home. By October, we will have charging cards added to our grade 2 classrooms. So, when appropriate, as is the case with our kindergarten and first grade devices, they can remain in school. Also in the fall, we can continue reviewing technology expectations at the elementary level, purposeful use versus as opposed to unstructured or recreational use. Our PGCD Technology Committee is going to continue engaging our teachers to review the uses of devices and the software packages, including our AI tools in the classroom. We'll have a thought exchange for parents, so we can engage parents regarding their views of technology use as well as their expectations. We should be able to report these findings to the board on or before February 2027. we've articulated this, we'll continue to articulate our commitment, you know, listen to our students, our staff, our families. Our work does not end tonight. We'll continue to listen to these groups. We'll continue to review research. We'll continue to evaluate our practices. And as I think we've shown, we'll make adjustments when warranted and when necessary. You know, for us, it's not about technology, it's about learning. And technology serves learning. Learning doesn't serve technology. And that's all. Thank you. No questions?
No, I wasn't sure if you were done because you were looking down.
No, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Great. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for the presentation. I think, as you know, this is something that the board has been very interested in for some time, and it's nice to see that we're finally taking I know we've had previous presentations, but we're really taking a holistic look at it. I do want to open up to questions, but I want to get a sense of who has questions, and I'll kind of figure out the order. So let's just start at the end, and we'll just kind of work our way down. I think this is the best.
You're basing it on who you think will ask the fewest?
I'm sorry?
Are you basing it on who you think will ask the fewest?
No, not at all. I was just thinking, you know, should we start in the middle and fan out? Should we alternate? We're going to start, we'll start down, we'll start at the end. I think we'll just start at the end and we'll work our way through. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Feeney, for this thoughtful presentation and also for undertaking some interesting primary research to share with us tonight. I'm just going to go through kind of in order that the presentation was given. On page 6, with respect to the hardware refresh update, you note that new charging carts for second grade classrooms will be installed by fall 2027, but on page 20, that timeline is end of October 2026. Which one, and when can we expect second graders to be able to charge their devices so they don't need to bring them home?
The first iteration, there was some concern over the funding. We're confident we have the funding now. We were able to secure that, and we'll be able to order those devices and have them ready sooner rather than later. So go with the October date.
Thank you. And along those lines, you know, I understand there was concern about the funding, and there are resource limitations in terms of how quickly charging carts can be rolled out. I'm wondering if that is the driver of this threshold for second grade, or if there are other considerations being taken into effect in terms of why can second graders leave their devices at school but third graders cannot?
There are budgetary implications, and that's probably the most significant. As we're happy to be able to add another grade. We added the first grade this year. The second grade we can add for this coming year, and we'll see. And I think that's part of the research that our PGCD Technology Committee can engage with teachers to get a sense of how important those carts might be for, as we go up in grades, to third graders to be able to leave the device in school at times.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers my question, that it is not purely a budget or resource-driven decision. There are other considerations that will be taken into account over time.
It's not an insignificant cost, so there are certainly budgetary implications. Is it solely budgetary? No.
Got it. Thank you. Page on the questions around, or the considerations around the research exception, or the need for additional computing power for research students. I'm wondering, what is the district's exposure when student research on personal devices involves platforms without executed DPAs?
Right. So on the districts, devices, non-district devices don't have, the students wouldn't have access to our Wi-Fi. So that was shut down with the new policy this year regarding devices. So that limits our exposure. I think your point regarding the need for the district to be compliant with New York State law is what's really driving this plan, and that was somewhat of a hurdle before. But if the students are using their own devices and their own resources, and they are going to a university-based platform, which sometimes will not, universities are not governed by Ed Law 2D. And, you know, they'll do their work there, but it limits the district's exposure.
Okay, thank you. Page 10, and I think this is maybe more of a question for us as a board around the definitions of purposeful and recreational screen time. I think these definitions are really helpful, and it's nice to see them published in this way. But definitions aren't policies. So, thinking about what the board can address within its purview, should we take this up potentially in our acceptable use policy, with attention to embedding this distinction and specifying really the expectations for teachers, for staff, providing the board with mechanisms for oversight in this area. It seems like this is part and parcel of an acceptable use policy in this day and age. So I'm wondering if that's something discussed as a board, perhaps going forward.
I think we should table all those questions to the end of the conversation, and I'm going to write that down. And I have a feeling that, because I know Julie and I both have a very similar point circled, in fact, on that one, and there's also a huge middle ground between how these two are defined as well. So I have a feeling we're in a lot of agreement on that. But we need to, I think we should work through everyone's questions, and then we have to have that discussion.
Okay, so I'm going to sort of table my questions for us as policy questions.
We'll write them down.
Okay, so that we can put them in the parking lot. Okay, I'm going to focus on slide 16, the findings for grades 6 to 8. And while I really do appreciate the glasses 45% full approach here, this data tells a different story to me, that in fact a majority of students did not say that technology helps them learn better, or they said something else. I don't know what was actually, how the question was framed. But given that the majority of students did not think that it helps them learn better, and that a quarter to a third expressed some other significant concern, what threshold is the district using, is administration using to determine whether student concerns are treated as requiring some sort of action or ongoing monitoring? And is there a plan for investigating these concerns further with respect to how they cluster in grade level subjects, potentially times of day or areas where more discretionary use is happening?
That's an excellent question. I have just shared a small little part of the survey, a few questions. This was a survey that for most students probably took anywhere from 15 to possibly 20 minutes. There are a lot of questions involved. How do you learn best, so on and so forth. So what I would say regarding the 45%, that's the positive response. You had a middle ground which was neutral. Neither helps, neither hurts. And yeah, you could look at that, well, you've got a bunch that said neither helps, neither hurts. Bottom line is, part of what the technology subcommittee will look at is a more extensive review of this survey. This survey closed, I think, on June 5th, and here we are on June, 16th. So, I captured some of the key points, especially regarding the time, which was part of the original questions that the board had asked regarding screen time. There's a lot more to explore in this survey, and I think that will be part of the discussions with our staff in a presentation, more depth to the board.
Got it. Thank you.
Oh, and I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
Ms. Milani. The other question about what's our threshold, right? So, one of the things, we highlighted was the notion of the screen fatigue, right? So if we've got over a quarter of our kids reporting screen fatigue, that's something we have to be aware of. And, that may not, it's, a quarter of the kids, a little more, but, we also have almost a third that say, hey, they support reducing the use. So we do have to listen to our kids in these cases. So I can't tell you as a threshold if it's more than this, but clearly we're putting this in the presentation. It's important enough that I'm sharing it with the board and the community. So we've got to explore that further as we talk about how teachers are using the technology and what they can do instead. Forgive me.
Thank you. On the action steps, just two questions. Fall 2026 will be here before you know it. Under that first bullet, I'm wondering, particularly given that the sample size on the elementary teacher survey was too small to really be definitive, what does this first bullet mean? Is this a plan for gathering more information to establish expectations, or are there already expectations at the elementary level in terms of purposeful versus recreational use that need to be reviewed or reinforced, discussed with building staff? I'm kind of wondering, is this an expectation setting project, or is it an expectation communicating project?
Yes to both. There are some expectations that had been communicated that we've learned had not been followed through on a consistent basis, and we've had some of our colleagues say, yeah, no, I've got to do a better job on that. So that will be a part of the discussion and the push. And, as teachers see this and the data are reviewed, I think that's part of that ongoing discussion, conversation we have, both in building faculty meetings as well as our own admin meetings district-wide about how technology is used and to what extent. So it is both. There are some expectations that we felt had been communicated, but perhaps not as clearly as they needed to be. And we want to make sure those get communicated and look at any other expectations or shifts that we have to put in place.
Great, that's actually helpful to know. And as a parent of an elementary student, is there anywhere where I would be able to find out more about what those sort of well-established expectations are, to really understand what should and should not be happening in my student's classroom?
Some of the themes brought up in this presentation this evening regarding the purposeful use of technology. We had a discussion of screen time was in our May 2025 presentation last year. I probably could have put a QR code or a link to that presentation in this, but that's available on our website. The technology section of the website also has some resources regarding tools they put in place, and that was demonstrated earlier this evening. Some of how to access the Go Garden Parent app, which is a very powerful tool for parents.
I'm going to keep this moving. I just have one more question. The presentation makes a very clear and cogent case that technology should serve the learning process and should not hinder it. But it doesn't include any outcome data. It doesn't feature any evidence to support that what is currently happening is what should continue to happen. So I'm wondering, when will we as a board be able to review outcome data? The correlation between student performance and device use, engagement, achievement of learning objectives, classroom learning objectives. What is the evidence we can expect to see, and when can we expect to see it?
So let me understand your question. So sum and substance, you're looking, what evidence do we have that the technology is helping our students learn?
Yes, and we all participated in the discussion around the grades, the iReady results. The curriculum committee had a discussion about it. We had a full board discussion about it. But that was not triangulated with any other data. It wasn't triangulated with state testing. It was too soon to tell.
For sure.
It wasn't triangulated with qualitative teacher feedback. This presentation, while the teacher survey is helpful directionally, it doesn't really provide us a sense of do our teachers are sort of on the ground, everyday, experts feel that this is improving their students' performance and their ability to teach.
Right. So that was actually a question asked. Not reported here, but that will be part of a more in-depth presentation to the board by next year. That's that February target where, going in more depth into that survey, as well as the other, discussions, thought exchange takes place over the course of the first several months of the school year, next school year.
Got it, thank you. Actually, last question. With respect to that report in February 2027, because that's new information. We discussed the device refresh in the board budget and facilities committee meeting. We hadn't had this discussion. We didn't know that there was more investigation being done, that we were getting a presentation in February 2027. I'm wondering if or how that additional research and that additional work can inform the scope of our device research, device refresh, if at all, right? Like if we get information that says maybe we shouldn't be refreshing devices or we shouldn't be refreshing these particular devices and we should be looking towards a different device, what is the opportunity for influence there?
So some of those questions you've asked have been asked to our teachers regarding switching devices at lower grades. That's been asked. We got feedback from teachers through the technology committee about that. As we were planning the refresh, there was a decision made not to refresh the devices for the younger kids. And that's based on some of the feedback we've received. So we are trying to find out how these devices are being used by the teachers in the classroom and how best to approach something like the device refresh. As we gather more information, go more in depth into the survey, we'll be able to get a better sense of, certainly how teachers are feeling in terms of whether or not the technology is impacting student learning. Your point about, the triangulation of the data, I think those are important points as well. As we continue with, the MyPath aspect of iReady, because of course iReady as a mathematics program is a traditional sort of paper-based, hands-on, interactive, manipulative math program. There is a component of iReady called MyPath, which tries to specialize and focus on student weaknesses to help move them to the next level. There's research behind that. We're looking at those results, see if it pans out in our district. As we gather more data, we'll get a better sense of where that lands.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, and thank you for answering all of my questions. I really appreciate it.
Was there an option not to answer questions? Hold on for a second.
Well, I appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you
Just checking, want to know what kind of options I had up here.
Yeah, but get comfortable. Ms. Brooks.
Great.
Okay, hello. So thank you for this. I've been waiting for this probably for 6 years. So just as some background, because I know you were not here, Dr. Feeney, when we went to the one-to-one devices during COVID, we basically felt we didn't have a choice at that point. And I remember having the discussion that, well, now we have these devices, let's use them. Let's make the most of them once the pandemic was over. And my mantra then and still now is, well, we don't have to use them just because they're here. We should use them if it makes sense, educationally sound sense to use them. And if it doesn't, let's just put them away. And so this has been my rallying cry for now, I guess, since we stopped needing to use them for the pandemic. And so I'm glad that we're looking at this. Let's just say I'm glad we're finally looking at this. But I'm hopeful that teachers have been evaluating this basically since 2022, when we were no longer at home and we were no longer hybrid. So I'm a little impatient for the results, to be honest, but I understand that some things take more time than others. So I'll just say thank you, but I'm eager to hear more about this. So I'll also go in line of the slides. So on slide number 6, regarding the hardware refresh, are we still purchasing touchscreen devices for the grades 3 through 8 tests?
Correct.
Okay. We find them effective? Have we decided that they're more effective than the non-touch screens?
Yes, that has been the feedback that we have received.
From the teachers, from proctors?
And from the teachers through their students. The touchscreen was easier to, especially for the mathematics portion, easier to manage than the trackpad.
Okay. On slide 7, whether we're talking about the research students or in another class where a teacher might feel that the personal device is better in the classroom than the district device, how are we going to manage the cost to supply something that's not a personal device on a broader level? In other words, we're doing this whole refresh with the Chromebooks, and now there's been a determination that an educational purpose warrants the use of the personal devices. How are we going to be fiscally prudent in discussing or getting a district-issued laptop?
Right.
As opposed to a as opposed to a Chromebook. In other words,
Right.
It's almost like we're buying 2 devices per students in
Right.
some instances. How is that
So
fiscally prudent?
we'll need to, and we'll be discussing this, but we'll need to carve out and save some of the funds for the refresh, for the purchase of laptops. We don't expect every research student to need a more powerful laptop. We don't want to open this up. This is really for students who need it for their, research. If there is a tool that they need that we can't run on one of our district-issued devices, either because of power or, as was mentioned earlier, a DPA issue, then we will need to provide them, the students, with the tools that they need to do their research in our district course. And if we still can't do that, they would have the opportunity for that research to use their, their personal device. One of the things I want to keep board members, remind board members of is when we introduced GoGuardian to the school system about 1.5 years ago, that was a new monitoring tool, and that will work on district devices. If you've got a class full of personal devices, GoGuardian's not going to work, and the teachers have come to greatly appreciate, many teachers have come to greatly appreciate GoGuardian and how it helps them manage device use in the class. So the more non-school issued, district issued devices you have, the less effective GoGuardian becomes in the classroom.
I understand the conundrum. I guess it's a work in progress, trying to learn the balance. So is this now a commitment, this 2 weeks? This is a commitment, and this is really more, I guess, the high school level, but
correct.
This 2 weeks, is this a commitment? It's
commitment.
going to be like
Yes.
a practice or a protocol?
There'll be a
or-
process in place communicated to the teachers and the students in those classes.
Okay. This is okay, I'm just trying to go through my slides here. Slide number 12. 166 responses for teachers. How many teachers were given the survey, and when were they asked to complete it? During school hours or?
Yeah, it was given, it was distributed to all staff. I don't think there was like, you can do it during this Chromebook. During this faculty meeting or other meeting time, they were asked to respond on their own time.
And how many, what percentage is 166 of?
Staff members, roughly 500.
500? Okay. And then the students, when they responded, the student survey was grades 6 through 8, 9 to 12. So were they doing this during class time?
That was during school time, yes.
Were they given sufficient time to do it? Do you have a sense? Because that eats into instructional time,
Mhm.
right? I mean, we want data, but that also eats into instructional time, so
Correct.
another conundrum.
Yes.
I just want to say that I agree with Ms. Melwani when I was looking at the grades 6 through 8, I'm sorry, slide 16. To me, using too much and supporting reduced use is almost synonymous with using too much, was a greater percentage when added together than the 45% that helps them learn better. So I'll just make that comment. But the screen fatigue, was the question whether there's screen fatigue in school or screen fatigue total during the day? Do we have a sense?
The survey was framed around device use during school.
So, how much time causes screen fatigue? I guess it's individual for each student, but
Yeah.
to me, when I think screen fatigue, I think these devices are being used for hours as opposed to half an hour. So do we know how much time there was that caused the screen fatigue?
I could not answer that right now. I imagine if we dig into the responses, we may be able to provide such an answer, but I'm not sure.
Because
offhand.
that might signal to me that these devices are being used in the classrooms more than we're being led to believe. I'm just asking if there is data, like if the kids are saying 10 minutes and, my eyes hurt me, that may be a more individual issue. Okay, so this survey, maybe you asked this question and I missed it, but how will this impact instructional change? How will these answers be used to change the way instruction is delivered without us waiting for February of 2027?
Well, as I mentioned, the survey closed on June 5th, and this is the first public presentation of any of the results. We need to share these results with teachers. They'll get a copy of this presentation. I provide a monthly email at the end of every month, so next week they will get it, and I'm sure that'll be the first thing on their summer reading list, my end-of-month email. But going through into next year, when we have an opportunity to look at this, review it, and move forward, that's when teachers are very reflective. And if teachers are seeing, and we can dig into the data a little more through the committee work, if they're seeing that students are experiencing fatigue, they will make note of that. Our teachers are professionals, and they certainly want to support their students and not cause any sort of undue stress on our students.
Okay, because on slide 18.
So the point being, I am so sorry.
That's okay.
We're not waiting till February 2027. Okay, no changes until then, until we issue some sort of report. No more so than we're waiting till February 2027 to say no more iPads in the kindergarten, or we're going to wait till February 2027 for the carts, right? The work will begin, will be ongoing. and we'll have a status update in February 2027.
Okay, on slide 18, I appreciate that there's value in purposeful, which is what I've always said. But under the concerns, it says concerns regarding distraction. So what distraction are we talking about? Are we talking about during the device use, during the school day, the kids are distracted
The
when...
kids reported a level of distraction with the devices. They can get distracted on the devices, yes.
By doing schoolwork?
Yeah, they typically don't get distracted by schoolwork if they are off task. Correct.
So I'm trying to understand, if there are guardrails up, how are they going off task on the devices during the school day?
Right, so an important part, I mentioned that our Go Guardian was rolled out in, I think, February 2025, around that time, making sure that is used consistently across the board, because if you have Go Guardian, that can certainly allow you to monitor what distractions might be out there. If you're not up and running Go Guardian as devices are used, then you don't necessarily know what students might be doing. So that's where the distraction could come into play.
Do we know of any teachers who have said, I'm not going to use this device anymore, I'm going back to analog, paper and pencil, because there are too many distractions, or I'm just not getting through?
I know of teachers who have, certainly gone through periods where for their research, kids are doing a heavy period of research, maybe for a week or two, and then they're off the devices for a few weeks. It's like, okay, this was a lot. You did a great research project. Let's go back and take a break. And I think our teachers do use that as a judgment. Absolutely.
I'm glad to hear that. Okay, on slide 20, I'm sorry, I'm almost at the end of my questions, actually. But on slide 20, can you explain to me why devices are being used during elementary recess? Now, I know that kids might want to do homework during recess, so they don't have to, because I did it when I was little. I didn't want to take my workbook home, or didn't want to do my homework at home, and I could do it during recess if I felt like it. But what are kids doing during elementary recess?
They should not be using devices, period.
But are they doing homework? I mean, why do they have access to it during recess? What are they using it for?
I suspect it is not necessarily homework. It is off-task behavior. If it's during recess, it may not be monitored by the teacher in that moment. So this is one of the expectations we thought we had communicated, put in place, that was unevenly communicated across the district.
Are they taking them outside to the playground? I'm trying to really understand.
I don't believe so.
I'm sorry? When it rains. So when it rains and they're inside?
It's been used, certainly, and even this winter, and some of the principals have explained this was a rough winter, and there was a lot of indoor time this winter, and sometimes they've been used then. I think our argument during recess would be there are other ways to actively engage students that might be worthwhile to help students learn other ways to engage themselves rather than with a device.
So this is going to be now elementary school level wide protocol, procedure?
It'll be consistently applied, correct.
Okay, that's great.
It already is in some of the schools, it just hasn't been consistent.
Okay, I was a little surprised when I saw that. I thought, are they working on homework? What are they doing? So I'm glad you're putting an end to that. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Epstein.
So most of my questions have been asked, and we're holding our directives of what we want to talk about. Is that correct? You want me to go through them?
Let's add them to the parking lot.
Okay, so I do agree with Ms. Melwani in that conversation about classifying activities as purposeful or recreational. I think you used more words, but generally kind of the same topic as that. And in addition to that, I would also say that our code of conduct does address under artificial intelligence. Oh, by the way, Sean, sorry, Dr. Feeney, I just jumped right into it because I just want to get through the night. So I'm going to stay into it, but thank you for this presentation, yes. Okay. Our code of conduct addresses inappropriate use, and we talk about artificial intelligence, right, and even inappropriate use in general of our devices. But is there a parallel statement about appropriate use that we're using as our guardrails, our guidelines, and our framework? And if not, a point of consideration as the PGCD committee is coming up with terminology. I also think that would be helpful forward-facing for the students.
But if I can interject, I think that's a good way to frame it, even on our code of conduct, which is in many ways the code of character, culture, conduct. We framed it in a more positive light rather than negatively, and talking about a more purposeful use. That would not be a bad thing to weave into the code. Thank you.
Of course, no problem. On slide 14, I know we talk about the 45 minutes in class for use of the device. However, in any of your surveys, did you only look at in-class time? Did you also look at any out-of-class time for homework requirements? And primarily at the elementary level, I know that it may be challenging at the secondary level to look at that.
Right. The focus was on in-class use, as has been mentioned. We've talked about the MyPath aspect, which is that online computer-based aspect of our math curriculum, where it is recommended from 30 to roughly 39 minutes a week on MyPath for ongoing progress. But that was not. Unless teachers, sometimes in some of our lower grades, that might be used as one of their rotation circles, that was not factored into this.
And I'm also assuming, because I think this would probably be challenging, but our smart boards are utilized, for videos and other things as well. That's not included in the survey. You're simply talking about the physical Chromebooks.
Yeah, I tried to mention that at the beginning of the presentation, that we were talking about the district-issued devices, be it Chromebook or iPad.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to clarify. Okay, so then the next part of it is how I'm looking at this, and what I think the board has to look at is ultimately we govern by policy. Policy is what we should be writing and looking at, and I think Ms. Malwani brought up about the acceptable use policy. So as we look forward to the action steps of this committee that are coming out and the February report, I guess we're looking at the definitions of that purposeful versus recreational. I also think it's really hard to talk about this, even I guess we need to talk about it in grade band differentiation, right? So I appreciate that we did look at these surveys from each teacher's perspective, but each educational milestone for students is looked at differently and curriculum is delivered differently.
Correct.
And so I think it would be helpful if we can have at least a grade band distinction when we're talking about them from all aspects. Whether it's pre-K to 2, because that's before we do the assessments. Now we have assessments from 3 to 5. Now we have, and I don't know if 6 through 8 is appropriate, or if it should be 6th, 7th, and 8th all broken out. 6th graders are still considered elementary students, right? Their learning and developmental delivery is different. So I'm just asking that we have a more specific grade band differentiation.
I am so sorry. I think I need to understand, because we did break it up. We broke it up pre-K 2.
Pre-K to, yes, no, I think,
3, 5.
but just
different grade bands than that?
I think I'm okay with the bands only maybe 6th, 7th, and 8th. I think once you get to a secondary level, 6th, 7th, and 8th, and maybe even has to be 3, 4, and 5. Each one of those are different. 3rd graders are just starting their assessments. And look, this is my opinion. I'm putting this out there on the parking lot situation, is especially for our youngest learners in that elementary section, which I'm calling pre-K to 6. I'd be curious, because I'd be curious to look at it from a band at each way, because they are all learning differently. Their testing requirements are different. How, their critical thinking skills are different. I'd just be curious what the committee comes up looking at it a little more, scrutinizing it a little more by each individual grade.
Okay, I understand that.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
I'd also say that we would have to look at operational implications what does enforcement really look like? What type of budgetary things are needed? What kind of training is needed? What kind of committee time is needed for all of this? This is a huge undertaking. And I also think from an operational implications as a board, I think, again, Ms. Milwani was starting to ask the question about, we did talk about it at Budget and Facilities, but we were talking about it after we learned we have to do the refresh. We know we do a refresh every 3 years. Taking the results of these conversations and this data and looking at it prior to that and having the time to go through it will then better prepare us so that we are not behind the curve in making those decisions in conjunction with what you all are looking at as well. So that would be something else I would say for the February report. And then also, what are the ongoing measurements going to be? The recurring metrics, an annual technology and well-being report, what's our compliance mechanism that we would want to put in place? And again, some of this will be used so that we can help to write our policy, but it does also establish some of the data outcomes, I think, that we're also looking for. And again, this would be the work of the committee. I'm not saying it's the work of the board necessarily. And I know I went through a lot of stuff, but I went through it quickly because I want to let my colleagues have it, and I wanted to just put it out there in the parking lot.
Big parking lot.
Is that it for you?
That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Feeney, again, for the presentation and the work that went into it. As I've been kind of going through my notes here, I'm thinking about whether or not I want to ask all my questions or just kind of like articulate it into like a bigger, broader question. And I think really where I'm struggling with this entire presentation and the kind of where we are now as a district is that, kind of as Ms. Brooks said, when there was a moment in time that we rushed to get all these devices and we threw them out and we started sending them home. Mm-hmm. And, you know, as parents, we have to deal with these devices that we didn't ask for in the house. And I think that I just don't see like I feel like it's just been all inertia that led us to the point that we are. And I think that as a trustee, I would rather look to you to and the administration to come up with what are we looking for and what do we view as appropriate use of devices and how do we want devices used in the district. And I'm concerned that kind of now like 5 years in, we have to wait till next February to get the results of what is happening in the district. And maybe I'm misinterpreting what's happening here, but that's kind of what I see, and it's, I'm not sure we're on the right path.
So your concern is why wait till February?
Well, my concern is that we've been kind of just riding the wave for the last 5 years, and I'm not sure what's going to change in the next 8 months. Because we've been on this path of these presentations. You listed them, right? We've been kind of asking for the same presentation, and this way predates you. I'm not putting anything on you. I think it's a collective problem that a lot of people found themselves in. But it just feels like the tail is wagging the dog to some extent on this.
Right.
And I know there's a lot of questions and like a lot of minutia that we can talk about, but like globally, philosophically, how do we grab the bull by the horns and get control of this?
So, listen, I think that is a fair question. You know, we are indeed a district that has one-to-one devices. Our students do have those devices. We saw the usefulness of that this winter when we had to use them for one of our emergency closing days, and students were still able to access and engage in a level of learning that otherwise they would not have been able to engage in. I think we are in a point where, you know, certainly our 3 through 8 assessments are all computer-based, period. The SAT has gone, College Board has gone all computer-based. AP has gone computer-based. And mind you, the kids will eventually get it. That doesn't mean we necessarily have to have devices in the hands of a pre-kindergartner because they're going to be taking the SAT on a device. But I think the recognition that we do have a responsibility to help students learn to use technology, learn to use it in a responsible way, is essential. And I think that there are times, because the technology has changed, because of all these external pressures from, home, from businesses, so on and so forth, sometimes we fail a little bit in, approaching that as best as we can. But I think that across the board, I don't think there's a educator in this district that is not concerned about the proper use of technology and helping our students use it in a responsible way. Have we found the best way to make sure they're using it responsibly? We're working on it. We're talking about it. We're engaging with our teachers, with our students. We're holding panel discussions, talking to parents. There is no roadmap that we know will lead us to the right destination. But I do firmly believe that we are laying out and working and listening to our community and trying to lead in a way that is productive and recognizes the burdens or the harm that some technology, overuse of technology has brought, and dialing back when necessary. And I think we can dial back without sort of tossing it all out, and that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable answer, and I fully agree with you that we have not only we have a responsibility and obligation to teach the kids to learn how to use technology. It is around us. It is essential. And I don't think anybody is, maybe there are some people, but I'm certainly not questioning that. My concern is that if it's not done in a very thoughtful way, we're going to teach the kids to be consumers of content on technology. Correct. And not creators. Teaching them how to be creators and use right. technology. Correct. And I think that's a very difficult nuance. Mm-hmm. And that brings me to.
Can I just go back please. To a comment you made earlier, because I do think this is a really important point, what you said about being a parent and these devices arriving. And I certainly I understand that point of view, and I think as a district we've heard that concern. And that's why we rolled out tools, limited certain domains. We communicated a lot of this last year and the year before regarding sites that were no longer available, the use of the GoGuardian Parent app to give parents more control. But even as we rolled that out, we've learned that we didn't do a great job communicating that this was available right. because people are inundated with messages. So that's something we can work on. So we had this super powerful tool that could turn, these Chromebooks into, paperweights once they got home if parents chose to do that. Right. So we've learned we've got to do better in certain aspects, but certainly listening to our community and helping empower the parents and give them the tools they need. We have a responsibility for that as well. But I interrupted you, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. And I will say that I think the way my litmus test for how I know GoGuardian has been very effective is that every single time I have my kids have play dates, their friends are like, aren't you on the school board? Can you get rid of GoGuardian? So it's definitely helping.
Use your power, right?
Yeah, right? I'm like, get rid of it. I wanted it. Yeah. So all that being said, I want to circle back to this, and I think this is kind of the reason that a bunch of us have focused on this. This is really the crux of the issue, is this purposeful academic screen time versus recreational academic screen time. And in reading these definitions that you have of them, my concern is that I think there's a tremendous amount of gray area between the two. And I'm wondering if, kind of like what the process, you have active creation, critical thinking, and collaboration, and then you have passive consumption, right? But what falls in between as a, you know, a math game where they're, you know, collecting tokens to redeem for loot in a store, which is like the horrible brain-numbing Roblox model, right?
Right.
And I would just want to understand that there's like a thoughtful process. Maybe it's through PGCD or another committee that's really like thinking through what is purposeful academic screen time, and then what's everything else.
Right. Yeah, I think that is an important discussion to have with our educators, with those teachers. I don't think many people would disagree with these two definitions, right? Yeah. They look good on paper, makes sense, but what fits where is really the
Exactly.
big question. And, you know, what can you squeeze in between in that gray area? You know, when we're in a environment of gamification, and, you know, I've had parents express concerns about the gamification even of the My Path, and concerns about that. And those are concerns we've raised with the developers, and talked about how My Path could be streamlined a little bit and less gamified. So it's that balance, wanting to motivate kids and encourage them, but also, you know, make sure that the work being done is as much as possible, you know, creative, where they're building things and they're active and there's critical thinking going on, or collaborating with someone else. Are there times where, you know, just as in the good old days, you had to, you know, sometimes just review your skills on a worksheet, whatever it might be? Yeah, there's a place for that as well. But you know, what lives in that gray area and what's more in that purposeful screen time, that is an important discussion with our teachers.
Okay. I think for me, that's kind of the crux of the issue, is really determining what is purposeful screen time. Last question is relating to elementary recess. If you can believe it, I think I had a question that Deb didn't ask about that. What classifies as elementary recess? Meaning, is the ban on devices during recess limited specifically to the once a day recess, or does that include like when the class has finished the test and you have free time, or there became a free period because there's a teacher had to go out and there's a sub? Is it basically only specifically for the half-hour recess, or is it they're not to be used during the school day as toys?
The recess thing is that half-hour block.
Okay.
The larger discussion about, you know, what happens if I finish a test earlier, an assignment earlier, can I go on and play a game? That's the conversation we need buy-in from teachers to get a sense of why that's happening, if it should happen. We don't want to use these devices as rewards, if you will, and you know, create some sort of, or encourage any sort of cycle of addiction, if you will. So we want to be mindful of how those devices are used. But right now it's that 30-minute of recess. No, the recess is a recess from that activity. Go out, move, play, whatever it might be.
Because that's something else that we might then want to add to the parking lot for discussion, is whether or not instead of recess, should it be free time? Because if we make those devices into toys in addition to educational devices, then they will become treated as toys and not educational devices at home. So, well, right, but you know what I'm saying? So like, my opinion, I'd like to talk to the board about is if those devices should be treated as only educational devices and not recreational devices. And, you know, if parents want to have the recreational devices at home, that's a separate choice. But anyway, I yield the floor to Ms. Gillier.
So I'm going to apologize in advance because Dr. Feeney, you know I like you, but it's going to come, probably some of what I'm going to say is going to come across as harsh. So I want to make clear it's not aimed at you, it's really aimed at all of us. I thought your description of the balance we should be reaching for is right. I totally agree with it. We should be aiming that these are tools that make education better or give access to something that we wouldn't otherwise have access for. And I think also teaching kids, because this is a reality that devices are part of their lives, what the balance should be is important. But all that said, I'm also in complete agreement with Mr. Smith that I'm impatient about the idea of waiting till February, and I'm not sure what we will know then that we don't know now on the bigger picture of things. From where I'm coming from, I think that it's very clear that even if I buy into the idea that there's purposeful academic screen time, because I think there is, and I think there's a lot of scientific evidence that there are real differences between the kind of screen time that you use. But even with all of that said, we already know sitting here today that devices, and in particular the Chromebooks in our elementary schools, but devices in general, are having an impact on children's childhoods and their educations. And I think every parent in this district knows, because every parent is talking to other parents anecdotally, and parents who have children at the high school level and children who are younger are talking about the differences that they see between those children who were raised on Chromebooks and children who were not raised on Chromebooks. And I think that this is a crisis moment that calls for leadership. And I think there's a place for policy and committees, but I think there's also a place for saying, no, we have to figure this out, and we have to figure it out now. Because waiting till February is that much more of an impact on that many more children. I think there's something really dystopian about the fact that we're all the same people who had a conversation about the device ban in New York State and put into effect rules that ended up blocking educational use of devices at our secondary level this year. And we also, meanwhile, handed a device to every kid age 5 and up and told them to take them home with them. And that's something we all have responsibility for, and I think that we have to change. All that said, I think what I'm saying to all of us is that I think it's a moment for us to think creatively and challenge ourselves to think about the assumptions we're making, because I think there are a lot of assumptions in the way we're approaching this, and some of it is because decisions are made cleanly in certain ways, and it's important to have input from stakeholders, and I'm not devaluing any of that. I think that is important that there's stakeholder input, but I think there are other assumptions, like, for example, that Chromebooks need a Chromebook cart in order to stay at school, right? Which makes it a budgetary expense, because Chromebooks don't need to be charged every day, and if they are needing to be charged every day, I think that's already an indication to us right there that they're being used too frequently. So, that's one assumption. I think another assumption inherent in this is the idea that we can cleanly regulate a purposeful academic purpose for these and the recreational use when we're letting children take them back and forth, because that's the loophole. While we were talking about Go Guardian, I sit here as a board member, but I'm a parent too, and so while you were talking about Go Guardian, I signed on to Go Guardian. And I know that my 9-year-old was on YouTube Kids at 6:24 p.m. tonight. And my husband's home and maybe watching this. Hey, you missed it, sweetie. And I know she snuck it out of her backpack and she got onto YouTube Kids. And I can't block that like I've blocked Duck Math Games and Go Santa and whatever other nonsense like websites that they find that, and some of which have math games in the title so they won't get blocked. But the problem is that for elementary parents, it is a constant, unrelenting battle to make sure that it's not being snuck into the home, things that are not educational. So All that said, my grandstanding aside on this issue, I think that the conversation that we're having has to be bifurcated. I think we have two problems and we're conflating them. And problem number one is, what does responsible, purposeful academic device use look like in a school district? That's question one. And that's stakeholder input, that's soliciting feedback from teachers, that's maybe policy, that's committee work, and we work on that over time and we figure it out and it'll probably be ongoing. But I think problem number two is, how do we control the unintended consequences of having every child be handed a device? And I think that's a problem that we as adults have caused and that we as adults have to solve. And I think that one is important that it be really solved immediately. Personally, I think that we should be very quickly looking at our policies about when devices go home and how often they go home. Maybe there's an amount of homework that needs to be done on it, but it's not every night. I think that most elementary parents, if we took a poll, would tell you that it's occasional, right, and it doesn't really need to be going back and forth. And I think those things are urgent. And if it is that we need a Chromebook cart in order to keep the Chromebooks, or we need locks in order to keep the Chromebooks, I think that that's money that should be prioritized so that it's not a constant ongoing problem, because it's impacting the kids' learning, it's right, impacting their focus, it's impacting the way they engage with the world. And we caused the problem and we have to fix it.
If I could. So I don't disagree. We do not need to wait till February 2027 to take steps. There's some steps we're taking right away, and even engaging with our teachers, right? You know, it's critical to engage with them. As I said earlier, the teachers take this very seriously, and you know, there can be recommendations put forth. We can see and get a better sense of what it is, and it can start impacting instruction. We don't have to wait till February for that to impact. The February is, okay, here's what we have done. Now, why February? Well, I already know what the presentation sort of cycle and the work of the board looks like in terms of already a review of data, secondary data, elementary data, looking at program enhancements for the coming budget cycle, talking about that, laying the foundation. That really takes us through December in terms of the work and what we've done. And certainly as the board, you know, it's within your prerogative to change the order of that, but some of that's really guided by the budget cycle, as you know. But a presentation in February does not mean that nothing is done until February, absolutely. And just engaging with our staff and the teachers, that will impact change already.
I appreciate that. I think that's you know, one of two issues, right? I think it really is two discussions. And I just want us to have both discussions, because I think what you're describing now, February, is a constant cycle of feedback from teachers about how things are being used and whether we're using them in the way that we want to be using them, right? What you're describing is trying to be really deliberate about the decisions we make in the school environment, which is great, and I think is the natural flow of the way our administrators and our teachers are here, right? We don't need to tell teachers, hey, really think about the way you're doing things in your classroom. Teachers are really thinking about the way they're doing things in their classroom every day. But I think devices are different because they can sneak in and be a little bigger. So I have no problem with any of that. Right. I just think the second conversation also has to happen. And I mean, just to be concrete about it, I mean, I would start by asking, how much does a Chromebook cart cost? And can we buy one to be shared by each grade level in each building, right? Can we afford to do that? And can they all sit there and then be charged once a week? Would that solve our problem? Because that other piece of the conversation is also hugely important because the kids are not just being impacted by the devices in the way that it's happening in the classroom. They're being impacted by the devices because they come home in a way that's very hard for parents to control. And no matter how good GoGuardian is, they're always going to be one step ahead of us. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Ms. Kelly? Oh, sorry. Ms. Valconia?
Thank you again. So I'm number 5, right? So I had on here, how much for charging cards? Because this is like a really basic question to me. Are we talking per classroom? Okay, so I just wanted a number. Okay, so again,
It's about $3,200 per classroom.
okay. There's got to be creative problem solving that we could be doing, to Rachel's point.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second, just because we keep hearing the same thing. I want to know if the board, so we don't have to keep asking, would the board support asking the administration to look into the feasibility of getting carts for all of elementary school? Working with PGCD, because I know there's some issues there, but starting that process because they have to take the devices home for like MyPath and things like that. So would the board support having the administration look into procuring those carts? I think it's an easy one.
I'm not sure it's a very specific question like that. It's more a question of how do we solve for every 3rd, 4th, 5th grade child taking it home every single day.
I like it like that. That's it. So can we all just put to the administration to look into whether finding a way to not have kids take them home when not needed every single day? Everyone agree with that? And then we can just cross this one off the list. Yeah.
Just pointing out those 2nd grade carts are not supposed to be till fall 2027 too.
We're going to have them though October of 26.
That's 2026.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I'm going to, we okay with that?
Well, yes, regardless of the charging cards. That's what we've been talking
Right.
about.
So that's what I'm saying. So let's just knock that off the list because everyone's asking about it. And Dr. Fossey, that's something you can get back to us on. So the board is asking that we find a way to not send devices home when not needed. Okay. Thank you.
I'm seeing some parallels in these conversations. I feel like I remember that the teachers were really, really excited to have phones out of the classroom because they were distracting and causing trouble and getting in the way of teaching. If they believe that, I'm struggling with the presentation talking about these Chromebooks being used outside of instruction. And the fact that we're being told that, well, it's really not instruction, it's really very minor, and it's really much more teacher-directed and hands-on. So I feel like I'm hearing a lot of conflicting messages. So I'm unclear on that, because my sense is that the teachers, after having no phones, would not like the distraction of Chromebooks in their classrooms as well. Obviously, as instructional tools, yes, but are the teachers finding that these tools are a problem?
Right, and that's one of the questions we asked. I can assure you I have had conversations with some elementary grade teachers who have expressed concern about the district removing the devices. I use it. My kids do research, and research is important. And to lose these devices and their opportunity to research and collaborate, that would not be a good thing. And we've got to be mindful because these devices can be a problem, but they can also be a powerful tool. And we want to keep that in mind. So absolutely, there are teachers who find these devices helpful and useful and help their students learn. When used purposely.
Okay. In terms of the research page where you discussed the devices,
yes,
I just want to highlight and or ask we have other students where the device use policy was written around medical needs, students with disabilities, students that needed access for other reasons other than being a research student. So I just want to that we were able to fix that problem, if that was considered a problem. We were able to make sure that those students received the devices that they needed. Is this a similar conversation?
Right, I think what you described, though, typically related to the phone, their phones, or if they had, say, a glucose monitoring device connected to a CGM, and not really a Chromebook. I'm not sure,
Okay.
I'm not aware of medical needs regarding Chromebooks. They're typically, if you're monitoring your diabetes, if you're type 1 diabetic, for example, and you have an app on your phone, those would be.
But we have students with disabilities that might be using devices
Could be as well, that have been approved, yes.
Okay. So I just, have we found, after using this device policy for a year, have we found other problems with other populations of students where the device use policy was problematic?
So what I would say to that is the presentation I gave focused on the district-issued devices, not a broader discussion, especially at the high school, because this really is a high school issue, about the pros and cons and holes with the change to the personal devices, specifically cell phones. That said, within the context of our Code of Conduct Committee, we did discuss at the secondary level within that committee about the cell phone policy, which, by and large, is viewed very favorably and not as much of a burden as people were worried it would be. Now, that was said, even I think in mid-May, where things start getting a little dicey up at, with secondary students sometimes in terms of them pushing the envelope. But I think by and large it was viewed as a very successful year of implementation of a new policy that people were worried about, as you alluded to.
So I very much am on the parking lot conversation for the purposeful use, purposeful academic use. That other theme is coming through for me, that page on purposeful academic use, talking about elementary recess, and then the last page talking about evaluate classroom practices and make adjustments. So part of this I see is really policy driven by the board, and part of this I see as more practice driven and on the ground through leadership and engagement with staff. The other thing I'm wondering about is that if it's not instructional, where is the supervision or how are students engaging in the use of these devices outside of instructional time? Like, why is that even a thing? Like on the bus line, in recess, during free time in a classroom, why is that even happening?
Right.
Is it just is it a cultural shift?
I think it is there are a lot of draws, there are a lot of pulls that draw students towards these devices, whether they somehow manage to get a game or some other activity going on there. And the nature of software developers is to create almost an addiction loop and get students to keep coming back. That's part of what we need to help students with by being careful and monitoring them. Silicon Valley, that's what they're out there trying to do. Not just to our kids, of course, to all of us.
Thank you.
Ooh, are you ready?
Of course.
I'm going to start by saying thank you for fielding all these questions. You are very much at the forefront of a national crisis, and you have to deal with all of it right now. It is your job, I know, but still, thank you.
Appreciate
A lot of my questions were asked, but I do have 2, maybe 3 questions. The easy one first. Last year's presentation with Go Guardian or this fall, I don't even know when it was, but with the tech department gave us the updates on the apps. With Go Guardian, it was going to get time stamped, right? We were going to be able to see the time usage with Go Guardian on the devices. So is there just no actual data on usage during the day? Because you gave us the survey, but what about the actual data from Go Guardian?
Right, that was asked earlier during one of the presentations, and I don't believe the technology department was able to provide that through the Go Guardian console at this time.
Why?
I could not answer. I can follow up and find out why.
Okay, thank you. So everyone alluded to it with the data. You know, I'm very much in the minority. I'm aware of this. I've only known Chromebooks. My children are COVID children, so Chromebooks started that's all my education is for my children. And for us, that Chromebook is like the oldest thing in the world, so their iPad is much more appealing to them than that Chromebook. So I really don't have this battle that I hear about from parents. They want nothing to do with that Chromebook. And for us, for me as a trustee, I have to listen to feedback, right? It's just like, that's my personal experience. I'm not a fan when we always talk about personal experiences, but it does give me a different lens personally, but I do hear the feedback from the community and from the trustees. So for me, what I go by is data. So Ms. Malwani brought it up about the data. There is no data saying either or. The only thing I will say is that all the data that we've been so far presented is with ELA, with the numbers, everything is going up, right? Your department, this district, all the numbers are improving. There's just no baseline that I can see without these devices in the last couple of years, right? So when it comes to academic scores, the numbers are showing improvement. The only thing that we haven't talked about is the SEL part of it, right? So the social emotional part of the learning and that data, and that's really hard that I've seen so far to get presented to us for actual data instead of anecdotal with kind of the surveys. So that's just something I'm struggling with to see where will that kind of land whenever you give us some sort of update. And with the board of just really academically numbers are improving, but I hear the feedback from the whole country about the social emotional part of it and different parts of learning, right? I understand that part of it. So I'm struggling with that. The only thing I'd say is I've only once seen it at a conference and I don't know if this is feasible, if it's MTSS, but where there was an overlap of academics, performance, attendance, suspension rates, and those overlapping data to see where the progression is for individual students at risk. So again, if we're seeing that our students in a couple of years or now are getting more suspended, are more absent, and overlapping with their academic performance, then I can say like, okay, this has been an upward trend that we really haven't seen. But that's just not something I've seen on one clean slide for me to comprehend. So I don't know if when you do your parking lot, if it's not just a review of some sort of data academically, but where is the SEL part of that data? And where is the pilot, right? We do a lot of pilots with the PGCD subcommittees, but where is the pilot where there's less screen time? Maybe like the bare minimum screen time in one elementary school or one classroom versus the other one does whatever, my path or iReady is suggesting. So that's kind of where I'm like struggling with it, with the information being presented of, anecdotally we hear it, research shows it, right? But here we're seeing test scores go up, but that doesn't mean anything. That's not the whole child. I'm well aware.
I just want to make sure I'm writing down the right thing for the parking lot. Can you?
You guys are already doing the parking lot. You already did it. Ms. Mawani put it for the data.
Oh, the same topic.
Correct. But where's the SEL part of it? Where is another part of that data review, not just
For the purposeful versus recreational piece, that's what I put from.
Any use, right? Like it's for
So I think it speaks to, to my questions around the triangulation of the impact of devices, because what we haven't really separated out, and this is something I'm interested to see, it's really hard to tell whether improvements in our math and ELA proficiency levels are because of all the time these kids are spending on MyPath every week, 80, 90 minutes a week on MyPath, or because we've implemented a rigorous standardized curriculum with fidelity across all of our elementary schools that is not digital forward necessarily, that is manipulatives and all of that good stuff. So I think it's hard to separate that out. There are nuances in the data. And what we haven't done, and what I didn't see in this presentation, was a rigorous challenge of the assumption that we need one-to-one because it positively impacts student performance. And I think we need to do an honest, rigorous evaluation of that, and we may come out with the data that says, you know what, like, stay the course. This makes sense. Our kids are showing the benefits of all of this extra screen time, or it may not. But we need to have that nuanced look at the data.
Going back to you.
That was everything. Sorry for all those questions on my part.
Okay. So,
So just one thing, with respect to MyPath, one of the things that, as you know, the school year is just wrapping up now, and we've just finished the whole spectrum of iReady assessments as it relates to our universal screener. We are now going to engage with curriculum associates to see what correlations exist between student success rates for our own data. We know what the national data shows, and that's something that we plan to then deconstruct with our teachers through our math subcommittee, through our technology subcommittee, see what the data shows us, and then we can have a more intentional discussion about the relationship between the use of MyPath and our math program. We are, as you know, in the second year of our new math program, which is why this is an important conversation to be had. That was our intention behind setting that February discussion date as another checkpoint, because we wanted the time to review that data with our teachers, to also deconstruct that data with our teachers, but it was not meant to say that these other really smart, intentional steps can't be taken in the meantime. So we will circle back to the board in July with a recommendation as to whether or not we can fund the carts for grades 3 through 5 and what that would look like. If we can do that, then of course grades 3 through 5, just in the way K to 2, devices will not have to go home with students. They can only be sent home when needed for schoolwork. So that's an immediate step that we can take, and we'll give an update to the board on that right away.
Okay. So, Dr. Feeney, thank you very much for fielding all of those questions.
Oh, that's it? No more questions?
Well, no, I think the board may have a little bit of discussion now. So so we're not quite closing the topic, but I think that was the kind of the Q&A component. And, I just want to be, speaking for myself, but I think on behalf of all of the board, I know that was a lot of questions and you were just standing up there for an hour, but, this is all obviously a national, international, societal problem, created, whether intentionally or not, by industry and technology, and there's a lot of profit around this, and obviously it's not something you created, and it's something that we all have to find a way to live with, and I don't want you to feel like the pincushion for all of this, because it's not your fault or responsibility. You're just in the position of having to be responsible for it for 7,000 kids.
Understood.
So
Thank you.
Anyway. No, 5,600.
Thank you.
So something like that. 5,600, whatever it is. Yeah. So, well, they come in and out though while he's in his tenure. So, in any case, all that being said, to the board, now that we've heard all of that, we did have some items that we wanted to discuss. It didn't end up being a lot, and they all kind of tied together. Yeah, but it all kind of ties together. I kind of put some of them together that weren't. You didn't, but that's okay. So what we have, just to read it, classify activities and define purposeful versus recreational, more specific grade-based differentiation, appropriate use of AI, more AI, what operational implications exist regarding Go Guardian, committee time, et cetera, ongoing measurement, free time after test or free period, sense of the board for cards we did, triangulation of data across with all aspects, and review of SEL data and pilot with less screen time. So that's a lot. Is this something that the board would like to see? And again, I don't think this is going to happen before the new committees are set for the following school year, but is this parking lot something that the board would like to see distributed to the committees to focus on in concert with the administration over? Well, we have to figure that out, I think. Board committees and yes, all of the above. I think it's these topics that we came up with. Does the board want to see all of these questions answered? And I think it's a lot of work for a lot of people. We're going to need partnership from staff, from administration, and from board committees as well. Because I think to Ms. Milwani's point, some of this does have a policy component, some of it has a curriculum component, and I think that we may need to, in my view, I think all the committees may have to work in lockstep to answer a lot of this. Ms. Milwani, go ahead. Yeah. Oh, Sandra's in. Okay.
Yes, all of the above.
Okay.
The only other part I would ask is, could this just be a working session of all three committees, budget, curriculum, policy?
I think we need to have another working session of the board to divvy it all out. I just wanted to make sure that the board agrees that we want to move forward with making this a big project for next year. Yeah, that's really the big question, Ms. Milwani.
So again, I appreciate if the board wants to have some of these conversations, and really, I guess what I was hoping the board would do is, because there is such great depth in everything that we're doing, and there's this PGCD committee that's looking at things, I would like, shouldn't we prioritize what we're hoping the February report comes back with?
Well,
we're getting a report in
yes,
February.
But I don't think we can do that now at 10:30.
No,
So what I'm asking is, does the board want to allocate time, maybe it's a summer work session, where we answer those questions, we prioritize it, and dole out with Dr. Posse who's responsible for what, and what falls in our lane, what falls in somebody else's lane.
I didn't understand.
Is that clear what I'm asking? Okay, so if we're good with that, then I think we can close the topic, because I don't think we're going to get too much further at 10:40 now. Okay, so with that, we're going to close the discussion. I think we have a lot of work to do. This sets the stage, I think, for a lot of work that we have. Sorry, it's late, and I'm just kind of ranting, but we'll move forward. It's a lot. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the May 4th, 2026 Budget and Facilities Committee meeting, May 8th, 2026 Curriculum Committee meeting minutes, May 15th Policy and Personnel Committee meeting minutes, May 19th BOE meeting minutes, and June 4th Policy and Personnel Committee meeting minutes. Is there a second? Ms. Milwani, all in favor? 7-0. The minutes are approved. It's always so exciting when the minutes are approved. Committee reports. I know the policy and curriculum have recently met and have reports. And we also have an audit committee with a recommendation. So we'll start with audit, and then we'll go to policy and personnel.
So we are having an audit committee meeting tomorrow, but from our previous meeting, and unfortunately we had those 2 May meetings in there, so I didn't bring it up then, but the recommendation from the audit committee, as you all remember, we do an internal cycle review. Remember, we ask our internal auditors to review one aspect. Right now, they've been looking at our data management and migration from the Aspen, or no, from what was our past student, what was our student information system before?
Synergy.
Synergy to what it is now, yes. So we're asking them to look at that. The recommendation for now the following year that the audit committee has come up with, in addition to looking at the second part of that migration, is to look at our benefits, including for our active and retired employees. It's something we haven't looked at in a very long time, how we disperse them, how they're administered, the cost infraction with them, et cetera, as well as who's receiving them, who's not receiving them, and how that affects the district. So that was what we came up with as our recommendation, and we're coming to the board to see if you agree with that as our off-cycle look internally. It was highly recommended by Dr. Posse, I should say, and with full support with the audit committee. In addition to that, in light of everything that's happening in the world, it's been a while since we've done a very intense cybersecurity review, and so we are also talking about setting a cycle for our cybersecurity reviews, of which there may be an additional cost. If you remember a couple years ago, we did that big NIST review, and we'd like to incorporate that into a more regular part of our process as well, if the board is in agreement.
I think the NIST, putting the NIST cycle on is kind of a no-brainer, especially since things are always evolving. Regarding the employee benefits, I didn't watch the committee meeting. Is that something that where inconsistencies have been found? Is that a hot place to find them in other districts? Is that where that's coming from?
Yeah, again, the issue is that if you look at our budget, 75% of our budget is related to staffing. We've had audits done of payroll, and in fact, the comptroller audited our payroll and found no findings, which is a really testament to the group in the business office that's responsible for that. So, the next large volume piece of our compensation packages is benefits. So my recommendation was that our auditor look at active and retiree benefits to make sure that the deductions are appropriate, that the percentages being charged to our employees match what should be charged, and to just take a look at that, and that will close up then benefits and compensation.
Anybody have objection to that? Okay. All right. Curriculum.
Thank you. We had our last meeting of the year this past Friday. Friday? Yes, Friday. We discussed literacy and response to intervention. It's on the website as usual if you were not able to join us. And we closed out the year. We look forward to doing more work again next year.
Thank you. Ms. Brooks.
Okay, so there are 3 recommendations for the Policy and Personnel Committee, and we will not be meeting again until September. So keeping that in mind, I'm sorry? So a board member basically came to me and said, we really should review the student and personal electronic devices policy, and here's why. And so so a draft was proposed to the full board. I think it's probably here as an attachment. In particular, there was a section regarding permitted use of devices for educational purposes, and also the emergency, in the event of an emergency provision, which has all been incorporated into a draft. So I guess the first question is, having had that draft provided to the board ahead of time and now here in board docs, do we want to review and revise the policy? And if the answer is yes here, then because there are no further policy and personnel committee meetings during the summer, what we would do is the people who are put onto the policy committee during reorg would then work on a draft in conjunction with administration and our liaison, just as the policy committee had been working on the draft pursuant to public comment behind the scenes and then bringing it forward. So the procedure would be the same procedure except bringing it forward during an evening board meeting in time for the school year to begin with a newly adopted policy so that students and staff have expectations, they know what their expectations are. But the first question is, do we agree that the policy should be worked on over the summer?
I will say that since part of the policy is device access and storage, and we just had a conversation about storing our devices that we're going to talk about again in July, then yes, I think it dovetails very nicely.
That's one vote.
I agree, we should talk about it in the summer.
2 votes. 3, 4,
Agreed.
5, 6.
So but we're talking about,
Pointing to you.
once we got to 4, we didn't have to keep voting. Right, so we're talking about it in the summer.
Okay, great. Then the next thing we discussed was there's student dress code. We have a policy for it. It's not a required policy, but we do have a policy for it. However, it is also covered in the code of character, culture, and conduct, and therefore the current policy itself is now superseded and is likely redundant. So the second amendment recommendation is to rescind the student dress code. All in favor? Yes? Yes, but that would be this is the recommendation. So if we all agree, then the resolution would appear on the next agenda. And if we didn't agree, then, so do I have more than 4? Do I have 4? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, great, so that'll be on July to rescind it. And then also in the code, there is an academic integrity section and also a student rights and responsibilities section. In the current version of the draft of the code, academic integrity has really been revised and now pretty much supersedes the policy. And so the thought is to use the academic integrity section of the code as the guiding light, and we no longer need the academic integrity policy. It would be redundant, rescind that, and also student rights and responsibilities, that policy should be looked at. We actually discussed this in policy in June, and see if there's anything remaining from the policy for student rights and responsibilities that should be incorporated into the code. And if yes, do it. If no, then not. But either way, that also would become a redundant policy and that should be rescinded. So do we agree in the eventuality that that should be rescinded to appear once the code is adopted with that in there? Yes.
I just have a question.
Yes.
During policy committee around this conversation, you reviewed more than just this part, not the electronic devices, but you did discuss more the language around the consequences with integrity, and then specifically the word violence. So I have a question on that. Do you want me to ask it now?
I would say that's in the context of discussing the code itself, which is kind of a little, it's really separate because the code itself has to be discussed with the public hearing. So this was just as regards policies that kind of intermesh and are.
I'll hold my question.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure if we're going to discuss the code tonight or if we're going to hold off on that. We're holding off on that. We'll hold it on July.
We'll do it on July 16th.
16th.
Yeah.
So your questions will be presented then, yes? Okay, great. Thank you. So right now we don't have a new meeting date, but stay tuned for September.
And budget and facilities is TBD as well, the next meeting date. So with that, we are at our consent agenda. Does anyone have anything to pull? No, you don't.
I'm not pulling, I just have a question. And I think you want me to ask it before we pass it, but I'm still going to vote for it.
Okay.
It's an easy question.
Who's it for?
For our administration. And you may not have the answer tonight, in which case I would convert it to a, could you please look at? Under 15.2, the disposal of books. we are disposing of 364 books from the Guggenheim Library. There is an attached list of the books, and you can see that they're children's books, not textbooks. I am wondering if we are putting those in a dumpster or are we doing something productive with them? And I don't actually really need you to know now because you probably don't. I'm suggesting that maybe we could make sure that they are going somewhere useful or at least being like put out for the kids to take.
I feel like this has been asked a few times in the past, and usually the answer comes back that the books are beyond hope is usually the answer, but it's probably worth.
You're right, and I agree with you,
Yeah.
but I looked at this list, and it looks to me like they are disposing of these books because of low circulation. All of them have been circulated either like 0 times in a certain amount of time or 1 time. So I think it looks to me like a normal culling of children's books that are less popular.
So you just want to know if they're being
Right, so
well
if they are usable children's books, is there somewhere we can direct them, or can we let the kids take some home instead of throwing out books? That's it.
Great. Okay, so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve items 14.1 through 18.5. Is there a second? Ms. Epstein, all in favor? 7-0. The consent agenda is approved. We'd like to congratulate Monica Martin, who will be joining us as the Director of Math, Business, and Computer Science. We'd like to thank our donors for the following donations. There's a lot, so hang in there. Port Washington Green for maintenance of Guggenheim Pond, Salem HSA for Culture Night expenses, Salem HSA for Lego education, grades 3 through 5 science kits, Nancy Barnes for Schreiber Assemblies, Sousa HSA for the Sousa 4th grade Manor Haven Park trip, Sousa HSA for the Sousa 4th grade Rainham Hall presentation, Guggenheim HSA for the Guggenheim 5th grade trip to Urban Air, Weber HSA buses for the 8th grade trip to Dave & Buster's, and Maytag electric dryer to be used as needed. We also have some donations for the following fiscal year, a donation in memory of George E. McLenny for the Industrial Arts Department, the Viking Sports Foundation, on behalf of the Peter and Jerry DeJohnna Foundation for the Video Scorpion. Can we already do that one?
We have to do it again.
Yeah,
It's
got it.
next year.
Got it. Long Island Regional Planning Council for the purchase of native plants for the Schreiber Greenhouse, and Adopt a Classroom, Subaru Loves Learning, funds to be distributed to 6 high school teachers. Okay. And with that, we move on to everyone's favorite part of the night, policy. We have 2 policies up for first read and 2 up for adoption tonight. We have policy 4327, homebound instruction, and 5151, students in temporary housing pursuant to the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, both up for first read. Does anyone have any questions or comments as it relates to those 2 policies? No? Okay. So now we have up for adoption policies 5100, student attendance, and policy 5500, student records. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to adopt policies 5100, student attendance, and policy 5500, student records. Is there a second? Ms. Gilliar? Yep, all in favor? 7-0. The policies are approved. All right. Moving on to old business, we do have a few old business items to present. First, we have questions from the last board meeting, both regarding instructional technology. First, regarding AI, is there a concrete policy for teachers and students? I would say the answer is, and I think that was shown in tonight's presentation, that we do not have concrete policies, but that they are being worked on, and there are some guardrails. Number 2, regarding iReady, also regarding iReady in the news, do we need as many programs and how do we see that they are rated for effectiveness? And I believe that that was also addressed in the presentation tonight. So we'll consider those answered. We also have another new business item, which is regarding the NISBA resolutions. Ms. Brooks, is that something you want to talk about?
Well, does anybody have any questions? I'm just trying to pull it back up on board docs.
I do not.
But we had talked about this a couple of board meetings ago, what resolutions we wanted to try to draft. Those resolutions are now in front of you in draft format. And does anybody have any questions about them?
And while we do this, if there are any community members that are going to speak at community comments, if you could sign your name in now, and we'll grab the list. So go ahead, Ms. Epstein.
As you know, I submitted my resolution for proposal, and I actually have two resolutions based on the feedback. It's the same resolution, it's a question of do you want broader language or narrower language? So I spoke to the NISBA Governmental Relations, and in speaking to them, they said, again, it's somewhat a similar issue that Ms. Brooks, I think, had encountered with her first resolution, right? Sometimes if you put too many parameters in, it's possible that they would want you to separate them out. So while she couldn't speak with certainty on whether my 4 parameters in the broad resolution, or I'm sorry, in the specific resolution were going to be considered trouble or problematic, she recommended maybe going broader. So I presented a broader general resolution, which I'm assuming you all had an opportunity to look at, and I don't have to read it, versus the specific one. Because it's late, if you'd like me to go into the specifics of why it's more specific, I can, but if we do want to move in this path of putting this forward, do you prefer the broad or the specific, is my question for the board.
I prefer the specific. I feel as though the broad is too broad, and it won't give NISBA a whole lot of guidance, power, oomph, whatever you want to call it, and it's almost a throwaway. Whereas the specific path, especially given the staff recommendation, will hopefully accomplish what we want it to accomplish. And if it doesn't work, then it ends up being path C, which is deferring it and we try again next year. But I think we should try for the specific first and see if that flies. It needs teeth. NISBA needs help. NISBA needs guidance. Yeah.
I agree, and what persuaded me was seeing the third option, which is if there's any preference or interest in deferring it a year, even now, then there is no downside to going more specific at this time. If it can wait a year, we can always resubmit if that's actually on the table. So I definitely support a more specific resolution.
I still object to the resolution in general, so I'm not going to clarify on which one. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's something we need to be advocating for. I think that there's other people who can advocate for it.
Do we have any sense that it is a possibility that anyone's going to put AI in as a teacher of record in the imminent future?
I have no sense other than there are 6 other states in the country that have actually issued state law against it because they feel that's something that's going to happen. Again, that's the only data I have on it, but moving forward, and there are schools where they are having non-certified teachers standing in place, and they are AI-specific schools. So and those are taking off in certain areas as well. So in light of the fact that I have those 2 examples, and we look at charter schools, which are hitting the nation, and they don't require certified teachers, I felt like it was possibly something that we, again, could be ahead of the curve on, but I don't have anything other than that.
So the non-certified teachers, like a non-certified human teacher or a non-certified AI teacher?
Charter schools are non-certified teachers.
No, I know.
But there are, in AI schools, they're utilizing AI, and they basically have a warm body that stands there and makes sure they're doing whatever, and just watches what they're doing. Well, it's a little bit, you're right, it's a little bit more than that, but yes.
So I guess where I'm coming from is that this feels a little premature to me. It feels like we don't understand the contours of the problem. And that makes it feel to me a little bit fear-based as the motivator instead of having a true, like, we don't, to me, we don't have enough information to know where to even lead. And in terms of our job, which is this district, we could never put an AI in instead of a teacher anyway. And we would never put AI in instead of a teacher because we think teachers are really important. So I guess it doesn't feel necessary to me, I guess is where I'm coming out. And I understand where you're coming from. It may become necessary. This may be something that develops, but I think AI is very much something that is in flux right now. And it may be that the resolution that we would want to put forth will become clear in the next couple of years.
So I understand and respect that. I will also say, I don't think it was fear-based, other than maybe my fear was also driven on the fact that we're seeing that the teacher pipeline is unfortunately a profession that not many are wanting to go into. And so in the event that we are unable to find teachers, we may find ourselves in a situation where this is something that does become an attractive option, or something that New York State Ed allows as, an option as well. And again, just like everything, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, I said we should have an AI policy. We still haven't had an AI policy, so I'm just trying to be a little proactive in that regard.
And just to be clear, I did not mean that you were functioning from fear. I meant the fact that so many states are putting this forth feels fear-based to me. I think AI is something people are trying to wrap their head around. And so you have currently, for very broad strokes perception, but you have people who are like, this tool is amazing. How can we implement it? What can we use it for that's useful? And then you have people who are like, shut it down completely. And I really meant the movement and the fact that states are acting on this, because I do think that we trying to ban something that we don't understand yet seems really hard. And I meant ban in terms of AI in general, right? No, I know you're not, but I meant the fear-based as a more global
Rachel's, as usual,
thing.
better articulating my point, which is, why are we putting this resolution out for something that doesn't even exist when we have so many other things that we could be advocating the state for? It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah.
I read your more detailed information there that you provided to the board. And I'll say that we literally just had a device discussion that multiple trustees said that we're a little behind with changing what we were forced to implement during certain years. So I think this was also a discussion the last time that Ms. Epstein took the time to do the research to write the resolution. We gave her the go-ahead. Now the resolution's in place. Is potentially in place. I appreciate you being proactive with this, and I think it was very well worded with all the reasoning and the explanations, which, if you read through it, you would kind of see. Unfortunately, this was my kind of recommendations with all the resolutions, is school districts just see that one line of the resolution and not the meat of it. And I appreciated reading your full detailed description of why we should be ahead of this. And just to clarify, right now, there is no policy on this. So technically, Port Washington could do it. Not saying we will, but we could do it. And we would find out after the fact, right? Technically, Dr. Passy, if you wanted to, if there was a shortage in June on something, right, you could somehow do a sub who's
Do you know of any subs with teaching certifications that are not human? I don't know of any.
I'm just saying that, if there was in a situation where there's a sub, they could utilize some sort of AI option, right, in the classroom.
We absolutely couldn't. There are probably 15 different state laws why we could not just put an AI computer in a classroom instead of a teacher.
With a sub?
No, we absolutely couldn't do that.
I think the issue is that we could utilize, there are not regulations in place talking about the fact that we could utilize AI for grading purposes, we could utilize AI for behavioral purposes, we could utilize, which is which are some of the things that's what the more detailed resolution talks about, is that we do want a human certified teacher, but we also want to protect ourselves so that AI is not able to be used for grading, for behavioral issues, et cetera. So I think that's the distinction where there aren't any regulations. So I think that's where you're right, you did go to the extreme. There are several laws that said we cannot just start using an AI instructor, but there are no laws that prevent us from utilizing AI for these 4 factors that I brought out.
I'm good with your resolution.
It's interesting, Julie, because I think that you just made my thoughts coalesce even more, because I think the fact that the broad versus the narrow actually demonstrates for me why this isn't right yet, because I think your first draft gets at the pieces that are potential problems, and this was advised that we shouldn't go that detailed. But the broad one is very broad, right?
It's only advised because of the process for resolutions, not for any other reason that's not
Right.
something to look into, so, yeah.
But I think, to me, I still think it's not quite ripe, but I really appreciate you bringing it to the board, and I really appreciate the fact that you're thinking about it, and I think it may be ripe, right? It might be very soon. I just think that it may be that in the next couple of years, as we watch how this develops, we might have more detailed understanding of what we want to be saying or doing. Because even 2 years ago, I think your more detailed version of the resolution is not necessarily even what we would have contemplated, because AI has evolved so much.
Are there any other resolutions that have any controversy? Yeah.
So I've watched this country as a whole be behind in technology, in climate control, in all kinds of issues that have already been addressed in Europe, in Australia, and I understand, Ms. Gilliar, I understand your point, but I do think that it would be prudent to get in front of the issue rather than being behind the issue. And there are several layers
But what is the issue?
I think this starts it enough, and it can always, it's going to, almost everything changes every year, because especially technology is changing so quickly. Even Go Guardian, gets rolled out and that's obsolete within a week, because kids or hackers are can figure out how to get around it. But I think it's important to start with something. And there are a couple of layers that these resolutions go through before they even get to the school board. There's NISPA reviews it and makes, do they recommend it or not recommend it? Does the DEI committee recommend it or not recommend it? Then it comes down to the National Suffolk Board, or maybe just Nassau, I can't remember which one. And then they convene, and they have a resolutions dinner, and they decide, do we say yes, do we vote for it, do we recommend to our member school boards, do they vote for it, do they not vote for it, that type of thing, before it actually gets to the member school boards. And having done this now, I think 3 or 4 times, and I've heard some really out there resolutions where I just said, how did these even get through the gate to begin with? This is not one of them where I, with a critical eye, would say, how did this even get through the gate? I think it's a good starting point. I think it's not premature. We can't possibly identify all of the issues because we won't know all of them until they happen, and when they happen, it's going to be too late. And we're always going to be playing catch up with technology. It's like, with the cybersecurity, we've just said we want to have more frequent audits about cybersecurity. Why? Because we are always behind the 8 ball, because with this kind of stuff, as soon as the technology rolls out, it's obsolete, it's getting hacked, whatever it is. So that's why I will say, personally, I think it's not premature. And we will also be alerting other districts to these issues. They may not be thinking about them. And if it doesn't pass, maybe it will at least cause them to start to think about it critically in their own districts, and maybe there'll be a groundswell. Parents will think about it more, and I think it's a way to at least inform, if not advocate. So I vote yes.
Milford? You have four, so, okay, so let's not spend any more time.
And we're not wasting quote unquote political capital. 3 is not a lot, and NISBA can juggle a lot of balls.
Okay, so we're gonna put those 3 resolutions in,
As worded, or is
As
the board good with as worded?
as worded.
With all of these? No?
Perfect.
Okay, good.
Were there any other comments or questions on the other 2, or are we good to go?
Great.
Okay.
Then my next step is to put these on the pretty paper and. You have a pretty paper? Yeah, do you want me to give it to you, Brian? Sure. No, I mean, it has to go, and the NISBA has a template.
No, I know, I have it ready to go on the template.
Yes, it doesn't have to be right this second. I can wait till tomorrow at midnight.
Okay. Does anybody have any new business? Oh, okay. So with that, we're going to move to our second opportunity for the community to be heard. Oh, I forgot to get the paper. I know. Will Tracy, come on down.
Hi, Will Tracy. I know it's late, so I won't go too long, but I appreciate the board really taking the issue of technology in the classroom seriously. The other people who commented before, I think, did a good job of it, and I wanted to hear what the board had to say and what the administration had to say. I'm going to just bookend it. We just spent a lot of time talking about AI, and I think I just want to be the voice to say academic integrity is going to be totally destroyed by AI if we don't take the bull by its horns here. If you haven't read, Princeton University totally just abandoned their honor code because they couldn't police or trust the students to police themselves and do the right thing. It was over 120 years old, and AI is one of the primary drivers of that. So we need to have a consistent standard in the district. That's also going to be good for the teachers, because then the teachers are going to be ensured that they can teach and have something to make sure that kids can't just, go to AI and get the answers and just do the essay for them and just phone it in. So that's what I just wanted to add, that bookend to everything everybody was said and working on, and just be the voice on the other end of the spectrum. Everybody's very concerned about the little kids. I am too. I have little kids, but the big kids, it's a big deal. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Denise.
Hi, good evening. I just also want to talk about the technology presentation, and thank you to the administration for putting it on. I had the chance to attend the Go Guardian webinar this evening before the board meeting, and the question was asked whether the kids have access to YouTube in the district, and the answer we were given was that they don't have access to YouTube on their own, and that they could only reach YouTube content through a teacher-embedded video, like in a Google Classroom type setting or a Google document. Many parents have, anecdotally given us feedback given the community members, and I'm sure the board as well, feedback that their students are accessing YouTube on their own. There might be some, workaround, and that was brought up on the webinar, and the answer was that if your student is accessing YouTube on their own, they figured out a way to jailbreak it. They've done some workaround that we don't want them to be doing, but they're doing it. So I guess my question is there an opportunity for the district to just reevaluate our use of YouTube totally? Like, sort of, why are we using it even in embedded content? Like, why are we embedding YouTube videos if they can be worked around? We really, I think it was said earlier, we're always a step or two behind the students and what they're able to do with the technology. So maybe there are other software programs or other resources that the teachers could use if they are showing playing a book, someone reading a book on YouTube. I mean, our library has wonderful resources that we can access, and there are audio books that our library can provide. Or I'm sort of wondering if there's an opportunity for us to just reevaluate what is our relationship with YouTube and why are we using it if it can be misused so easily by the elementary students. And that's really my comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers before we close comments? Okay, so with that, we are going to adjourn. Our next meeting is on July 16th at the Sousa Auditorium, with the public meeting being called to order at 6:30 and reconvening in public session at 7:30. Happy graduation to all, and enjoy the summer.
Just remember, that's a Thursday. Okay?